Hello. It's been a while. It's been a long while, actually. Uh, Corporate greed. Government and corporate greed. It's funny when you see the TSA, the airport people, whatever you call them, IRS, you could tell when you are a hostage. You know when you're a hostage in this fucking reality because corporate greed keeps us as a hostage. I've been talking bad about corporations for a long time. I've been talking bad about corporations for a long time. How unequal they are. They are very unequal to life. I've been following up with Anonymous. I've been posting Anonymous on my Facebook. And it's funny. It's pretty funny how these cabals, these people who controls us, can take away your rights, take away your speech. They can take away because they feel like that's what they feel, the ones who are above us, the elites, the ones who believe that they should control every aspects of our life. And it's funny how out of control they can be. These ones who are on top of the pyramid, the ones who are above us, especially the poor people. And as I realize, yeah, these fuckers are fucking psycho. We have psychos running this planet. We have psychos running this planet, and we have psychos destroying our environments. We have psychos everywhere. The manipulation of this work ethic, this slave work ethic. It's a shame. I'm ashamed that humanity is the way it is. It's not humanity's fault. It's really the ones above us, the ones who created this world, this negative world that we live in, that feeds off on our fear. It feeds off on our fear. Every single thing that you do in life, it feeds off on our fear. And religion, corporation, and government, and they're all affiliated with each other to embrace the fear. You talk about negativity. It feeds off your negativity. This world feeds off your fucking negativity, and you guys are letting it happen. You're letting it happen. It's stupid that we live like this. Well, that's strange. What's going on here? I have a blue line around my fucking YouTube. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, I'm just right now I'm kind of taking shit off my mind. I've been listening to Alana talk and the way she look at her perspective. She's fucked up. Alana got fucked up by her parents. Her parents fucked her up. Her family fucked her up. And I get idiots who are tormenting her. I got idiots who are torturing her and make her creating a victim out of her, you know, because she brings up all this subject and this reality. I'm just sick and tired of these fucking idiots on planet Earth. You know, I'm sick and tired of these fucking idiots on planet Earth that all they do is create negativity. You know, all they want to do is create negativity. All they want to do is create more fear. And it's fucking a shame that you try to make her commit suicide. You know, it's a shame. And I won't call you fucking human beings at all. And she has a fucking disability, and you guys are fucking tormenting her. I mean, give me a fucking break, you know? Give me a fucking break of torturing Ilana, you know? I'm just sick and tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired of these fucking, you know, it's funny, driving. Driving is the most negative shit on this fucking planet. Driving, going to work. Every fucking day it's like I have fucking idiots who are in a rush, cut people off, you know? And I get pissed off every day by watching people drive to go to bars, you know, get drunk. You know, right now everybody's getting drunk, and I saw a couple drunk drivers already. You know, either they're rushing or fucking driving too damn fucking slow, and they're kind of dangerous to be on the fucking road, you know? I'm tired of this fucking shit that we live in. You know, I'm tired of living in a slave planet. You know, this is a fucking slave planet. This reality is fucking slavery. And I have to live with this shit. You know, I have to fucking be part of this fucking shit, you know? And the shit asshole, the people upstairs, the elite's the one who controls the sick fuckers upstairs. You know, the sick fuckers who control this planet. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of them. I'm sick of their fucking shit. They should be dead. You know, they should all just die. You know? My intent is to make the elites, the rich assholes on this fucking planet, you know, they're all shit. They should all die. You know? They should all fucking die. Because all they do is creating misery for others, you know? Creating misery for their riches. I hate the rich assholes. I can't stand the rich assholes. You know, in the future, you know, I listen to the time travelers and I see the future. It's like greedy ass fucks. We still got greedy ass fucks in the future. And I'm sick of this shit. You know, I'm sick of these greedy ass fucks, you know, that makes us say that tells us we have no choice. I hate the ones who are the brainwashed motherfuckers who tells you we have no choice, you know. Yeah, it's funny, when I was getting gas, let's make life easier. That's funny. Every time I get gas, I'm making fucking this rich asshole rich. This trillionaire, quadrillionaire, I don't know. They got so much money. It's like, it's ridiculous how much money they have, these fucking oil companies. You know? Yeah, I was watching the oil companies going across Canada. You know, talk about sick, having oil because they're trying to raise up $100,000 on fuel so they can drive across Canada, say oil companies are more important. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oil companies, you fucking oil companies are pathetic people. Your attitudes are pathetic. Your attitudes are so negative. Fucking oil companies that are out there, you know? You're destroying our environment. You're destroying what we need to breathe. You're destroying the water we breathe. Yeah. Oil company on this fucking planet is not fucking important. Not in my perspective. I don't believe in oil company. I wish they'd do away with these combustion engine cars and combustion engine trucks. I wish they'd do away with all this bullshit. I'm just fucking tired. I'm fucking tired of this fucking reality. I'm at the point where I don't even want to speak anymore. You know, I don't even want to talk. It's like I talk so much about this shit. It's like it's irritating, you know, every fucking day I have to go to work every day. I hate going to work every day. I hate working for a rich asshole. There's no guarantee in retirement when you work for a rich asshole. And every fucking day that I have to fucking do this shit, you know, to believe in these fuckers, to rely on a paycheck with these fucking assholes, you know. I hate these fucking assholes. The assholes of life. That's what they are. The assholes of life. And they have no feelings. You know, if you're late to work, yeah, they don't have no feelings if you're late to work. They want you to be on time every time. The excuse you have to come up, you know, telling them why you are late. The excuse you have to tell your fucking job, why are you late? So that's definitely a slave. You know, rich people shouldn't have an excuse to have fucking, you know, more paid holidays, more paid days off. Some of them work every fucking day, that's pathetic. You know, if you own a business and you work every fucking day, you're a pathetic loser of life. You know, growing a fucking business. Why do you need to grow a business? I don't get that shit. You know, human beings are fucking morons to believe in growing a business. You know, I think businesses itself is fucking idiot. Have fucking idiots that are so selfish, and the only thing they care about is themselves, and they have the control. They have the control, but you know, it's funny about them that they can lose their control. They can lose their businesses too. You know, if you don't go by government policy, if you don't go by corporate policy, it's like everything has a policy in order to stay in fucking business, you know, and paying your taxes to the mafia. You know, the IRS is a fucking mafia, just like everything else around you. The bills, everybody's collecting from you. So everybody's a fucking mafia, you know? Everybody is a fucking mafia. The mob. I live amongst mobs on this fucking world. It's like a mob. It's a pyramid full of mobs. A mob on top of a mob on top of a mob on top of a mob. A mob doesn't even know they're fucking. They're so fucking mobs are so compartmentalized. Compartmentalize. The stupidity of believing in corporations and governments, you know, the stupidity of believing in corporation and governments, you know. We are so stupid. We are so dumb. We are so ignorant. It's stupid, you know. It's fucking stupid how we are, you know. And the deep state. You call them the deep state. You talk about control. The deep state controls everything about us. The deep state controls everything about us. They're doing all the pedophiles. They're all doing the trafficking. And these are your elite rich assholes. The deep states are all your elite rich assholes. They play both politics, left and right. That's what the deep state does. They control everything. They even control your president, you know. Except for Trump, which is kind of fascinating about Trump, what he's doing, you know. It's funny, I've been cooling off about Trump. I've been cooling off about him. You know, the shutdown is like, you know, it's like, yeah, the poor people have to suffer. That's one thing I didn't like about Trump. The poor people have to fucking suffer. The ones who make under 30, 40 grand a year. And listen to these rich assholes that never lived. Is like they have no, they can't even they can't even face the reality, you know, on how they are. They can't even face the reality. They don't. They live in a totally different world, so they never come out of their fucking rich asshole world, you know. Only very few that does. Right now, I'm kind of like really fucking. I don't know. I don't know if I'm angry. I don't feel like I'm angry. I feel like I'm like smooth, you know. I feel calm. It's hard to describe how I feel. It's like I used to be angry, but now it's like I'm not angry, but it's like I just want to talk it out. I just want to talk it out, take all this shit out of me. I don't know. This past whole week, I thought about coming on live, but most of the time it's like, what the fuck do I say? I've been talking on Facebook more than I do on fucking YouTube. You know, Facebook. Facebook is where I belong. You know, that's where I kind of like speak out. I got suspended on Facebook for 6 days for talking. You know. You know, I'm sick of bosses. I'm sick of fucking people who have it all. I'm sick of those who manipulate us to believe that we can have it all just like them. I'm sick of those fucking people, the manipulators who believe in this Roman Empire, because it is the Roman Empire. That's why I say it's white only. You know, it's whites only because it's based on the Roman Empire. Yeah, this whole fucking planet is run by the Romans. You know, the Roman Empire. Sorry. You know, how white is that? You know, the Roman Empire. How white is that? It's fucking pathetic, you know. Yeah, we are run by, we still run, the Romans still runs us. It runs everything. You know, the Roman Empire still runs this fucking country. It created all the fucking religion, you know. It created all of the religion. You know, that's why there are three major religions, you know. According to Jordan Maxwell, thanks, Gnostic. I almost thought of just not coming, you know. I've been watching Jordan Maxwell, and it's pretty interesting. Jordan Maxwell, and he does what he's kind of like me. I don't want to affiliate. Yeah, cool. Jordan Maxwell will tell you every fucking detail, every word about this reality, how much this reality is so manipulated. Yeah, Gnostic God. It's like I've been watching Jordan Maxwell for a whole week, repeating and trying to understand each word that he says. And everything about this world, even it's funny, the cops, you know, the cops are fucking is a gang. Yeah, your cops is nothing but a gang. You know, just legalized gang. You know, the people in the army are nothing but a gang. You know, people. It's like I realized the IRS is a gang. You know, the people who who collects your money. They're all in gangs, you know, and they're here to collect. That's all they are. That's all they do. They collect on your fear. They feed off on your fear. And I realize it's like it's funny. Yeah. Now it's time to shut up and work. Yeah, exactly, Gnostic. Exactly. Shut up and work and do your job. You know, exactly. Because it's like every fucking day, the more deeper I go, the more worse it gets. And then I realize the more deeper, once you get to the point where you get so deep, then you're gonna realize, do I belong here? You know, that's the question I always ask myself when I woke up and I saw this shit, and I asked myself, do I belong here? What the fuck am I doing here? You gotta ask that question. What the fuck am I doing here? It's like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, why are these fucking, you know, these zombies, you know, why are these zombies, you know, are collecting off of me, you know? Yep. Yeah, we did. I agree with you. Lost. We got the soul contract. You know, I've been looking into the soul contract. You know, our parents signed us. Our parents gave us a way to this fucking reality, and they don't realize that when they sign that signature, you know, and when they put the footprints on your birth certificate, that's when they have your soul. That's when they own you. The day you were born, the first day that you were born, because you're under a soul contract, according to these fuckers, you know, which is really, I'm just, you know, it's like I want to kill the fucker who created the soul contract. That's what I want. I want to kill the fucking asshole who created the soul contract, because then we're not really free, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Gnostic, you just took yourself another fucking level, you know, when you look at the beginning. Because I always ask, you know, you always ask this question, what's the meaning of life, you know? You always ask this question, what is the meaning of life? And then you realize, you know, that life just fucked you. You know, you realize that life just fucked you. The day you got out of your mama's womb, the day you got out of your mama's womb, and you became part of this maritime law and this this water law, you know, based on water, you know. And then they get the land, and then they get the law of the land. It's like it doesn't make a difference. Water, land, to me, it's like they're always going to create a new type of slavery, a new type of slave system. You know, where is the point where, you know, where we can actually be free? You know, where we can actually be free to do what we want. You know, we do have to maintain the population. I'm sorry to say that. We do have to maintain the population. You know, I mean, we have to kill. I mean, there's no choice. You have no choice to maintain the population, you know? But it's like, in a strange way, it's like, I don't know. It's like, it's because back in if we revert ourselves back in the day where we had no technology. We had no technology. We used to have technology. I mean, we used to have back in. I realized that we used to have technology. You know, the Book of the Dead. Hell yeah. Yep. I know the Book of the Dead is based on the Bible. You know. Yeah, I found out there's Book of Life and Book of the Dead. I know about that. Yeah, and they found out that the Bible and the Book of the Dead are exactly the same. You know, it's like they chose the Book of the Dead. They chose the negative. It's funny. Humanity. It's like they they chose evil because because it feels comfortable to them. They didn't choose. They don't want to. It's like darkness. They don't want to choose light. They want to choose darkness. It's like, and it's funny how we are as human beings, because we're so used to being. We want to pay to live, and then somebody of the light comes in and tells you, "Oh, you don't have to pay," and then they make you look like you're evil. Isn't that kind of weird? The reverse mentality of how they rather choose the darkness over the light, which is like, I don't understand these fucking people. These fucking idiots. You know? Yeah, I agree. The bird. It's funny. I envy the birds. The birds are actually more freer than the dogs. The dogs are more in prison. To be honest, I'm going to be honest. The dogs are more in a prison. I'm sorry to say that, but they're not technically free. But they chose to be with humans, But they didn't choose to die. They didn't choose their own death. They don't get a natural death. Dogs don't get a natural death because humans usually kind of like disregard dogs, But birds, yeah, I agree with you. Birds are way more free than we are. They don't have to show a passport when they cross the country, when they cross the border, like we do. They don't have to pay any money to cross the border. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Honestly, it's so ridiculous how we are as human beings that chose this dark reality. But I realize it's not our fault. We are the victims. We are the victim. We became the victims in this reality because the dark, what you call it, the dark state. The dark state manipulated us. The dark state manipulated us to create this dark reality, to create this negative world, And it's strange that they feed off on our negativity, Yeah, they rigged this game. This game been rigged for thousands of, I think for about 50, I think for tens of thousands of years. This game been rigged for tens of thousands of years, and we're now just finally waking up to this shit. We're now finally waking up to this fucking shit, and it's like it's just. And now you realize you've just been fucked. It's like you just been fucked. Your reality, our reality is like we've been fucked for a long time. And then Mika, it's like that's why it's like, yeah, I could tell who's woken up and who's still asleep. It's like when you wake up. It's like every day. It's like hey, Gnostic, do you always feel this thing when you wake up every day and say, oh fuck, do I want to go to work every fucking day? It's like, do you always have that feeling to say, oh my God, And then every day it's like, I hate this fucking world, Yep, everything. Yeah, you're right. Everything. Gnostic, everything is written up by them. Everything. They they know our every moves. They know our moves before we know our moves. That's the way it works. They're ahead of us in everything that we do. And then that's how they take advantage of us. Even in this, that's why we are nothing but a farm. We're nothing but a big, huge human farm. That's all we are. We're cattle. We're like cattle to them. It's like they can. It's like they can do whatever they want. It's funny. I heard them. From Anonymous talking about that the what you call it the dark state wants to shut off our rights. The dark state could shut off our rights. I mean, they could shut it off by like a switch, and then they can shut everything down, and then they can use that against us, and that kind of like, and people are so addicted to them. Human beings are so addicted to the dark state that they want to. This is where most of the fear comes from. The psychological bullshit they put on us to make us say, "Oh yeah, you're not going to have no rights. We're going to take it away from you." You know, imagine hearing that, because I heard that they said that they're going to take everything away from you just like that. You know, with a snap. You know, and they're going to shut everything down. And human beings drug addiction to work. Human beings drug addiction to work. You know, the paycheck. The paycheck is actually a fucking like a terrorist mechanism. You know, you're being terrorized by a paycheck, by money. It's weaponized. They weaponized money. You know, and I realized that Dark State, Dark State weaponized money and money. And I told, past couple of videos. The past couple of videos, I talk about what money is used as a weapon. Money is used. I did a couple of videos talking about how money is used as a weapon, because they could do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, exactly. They have more freedom. It's funny, these fucking people in the Dark State, they have more freedom than we do. They have way more freedom. They're like 20,000 years ahead of us in technology. And they've been doing this for thousands of years. They've been doing this for thousands of years, and they're so good at it. I mean, they are so good at it. And now we're just learning about it. Now we're just learning. We're waking up about it. I think 2019 is the year where everybody's going to learn a lot of shit, and they're going to open their fucking eyes and really see. Yeah, they perfected it. Yeah, exactly. They perfect. I agree with you on that. They got it. It's like, it doesn't take much to control human beings. I realize it doesn't take much to control human beings, because they have media. Media right now is manipulating everybody else. Media itself, CNN, all the news. If you believe in news, don't believe in news. I mean, I don't care left or right. Do not believe the news on the left or right, because they're all coordinated by the Dark State. And they're all programmed. They're all mindless zombies. It's like all the fuck, it's just the way they are. And then I realized that the people who believe in the news are the worst. You shouldn't listen to them either. You shouldn't listen to the people who believe in news, who doesn't. It's like I watch the news. I watched these. I was trying to understand how the news is. How people, because it's all corporation. People will believe a corporate person because they always want to have facts. Yeah, they always want to have. Corporate people, they like to have facts. They like to have proof. You understand what I'm saying? How they are, and they can use that against you. Because they'll make you look like you're crazy. They'll make you look like you're fucking stupid. They'll dominate you and downgrade you and make you, yeah. So yeah, they have the media is at their advantage right now. The media, the media, and you got Congress. Some of the Congress people. There's some of the Congress people are corrupt. I know there's a lot of people in Congress that's corrupt. There's a lot of corruption in politics. All politics is corrupt. The left and the right. Right now, the right wings are concentrating on the left. The extreme left. It's funny about me. I used to be on the left. I used to be on the left, and I'm not. It's like it doesn't mean I'm not to that part extreme. But now it's like I took myself out of politics. Period. I took myself out of politics, and it's funny. Yeah, I am transgender. It's like there's nothing wrong with. It's like there are some of us that are not like that, and so far the right people are so manipulated. They don't like somebody like me to talk. And it's funny about me. It's like part of me is fucking split in the middle. And it's like I have to have both sides. I don't care what the people think, but I have to have both sides to understand this fucking world. I have to become neutral because I can't take sides on this world. Yeah. Jordan Maxwell's right about the right wing and the left wing and the head. And the head controls both the left and the right. The head of the ego controls the left and the right, which is really, oh my God, I can't forget that one. The head controls, because the right and the left don't have a head. If you notice, the right wing and the left wing, they do not have a head, so therefore they cannot think. So they need the one with the ego with the brain has to think. Understand that. It's the illusion and the delusional people who believe in the left and the right is ridiculous. Yeah. I'm glad you watched that. Gnostic. I'm glad you watched Jordan. I'm glad I brought up Jordan Maxwell because he takes it a little bit further than everybody else takes it. He doesn't take it politics. Spirit. I say this way. There's nothing wrong with spirituality. I can tell you this. There's nothing wrong with spirituality, but you don't have to believe. You don't have to worship a God in spirituality. You don't have to worship a God in spirituality. You could just, all I do is I worship myself. That's the way I look at. That's how I look at myself. I worship myself. I believe in myself. That's the, yeah. That's how I look at it. That's how I look at myself. I believe in myself. I believe in you. I believe in you, Gnostic. Like I believe in Ilana. I believe in fucking Mike. I believe in fucking my friends. Yeah. That's how I look at it. I don't worship nothing. All I do is like I am technically a spirit being inside this fucking body. I am a spirit being inside a fucking body, and the body is nothing but a fucking suit. That's how I look at myself. I'm wearing a suit. That's all I see myself as, is a suit with we are like characters. This is our personality. The brain creates our personality. The brain, everything about you is a personality. The way you are, how you act, because it's like it's the creation of you as your own personality. I've been many other personalities. I realize I've been so many other personalities. Just like I'm starting to see these personalities, and it's kind of weird that each of my personalities is still the same personality as me. This personality right here will always be me through all my many lives. That's one thing I realized, that this personality here will always be the same personality for all many lives that I have. It's going to be a different body, but I'm still going to be the same old me, Yeah. Yeah, the preachers are preaching, are dumbing you down. The preachers are dumbing you down. The preachers are part of this fucking thing. I think the preachers is Lucifer. I found out Luciferian is everything. Luciferian is every fucking religion on this fucking planet, according to Jordan Maxwell. Every fucking thing. It's funny that he says at the end of the Bible, Jesus says, I am the devil. I am Lucifer at the end. It's like it's basically the rotation of the planet. Light versus dark rotation. I posted on my Facebook, Gnostic, about the rotation of the planet, the light versus dark bullshit. It's the rotation of the planet. That's what we based on our beliefs on. We believe when the sun comes out, we're glad the sun comes out because we don't get killed. When the sun goes down, when it's darkness, that's when all the fucking predators come out and hunt the human beings. So they call them demons, they call the animals demons because they eat the human beings while they're sleeping. When we sleep, our sleeping is what curses us. Our sleeping is what makes us vulnerable. That's why I always say about sleeping makes you vulnerable when you sleep at night. When you're in a house, you're safe. When you live in a house, you are safe from all the predators because they can't hunt you down because that's where you're safe at. It's really simple. I realize how simple and stupid this thing is. Stupid this reality is. The dark and light bullshit is based on the rotation of the fucking planet, and all the religions are based on the sun. Christianity and Judaism are based on the sun. Muslims are based on the moon. Yeah, good and evil. Good and evil is based on the rotation of the planet. When the dark, good and evil, light and dark, it's all based on the rotation of the planet. So it's like, yeah, we're so astrological and everything. That's why we have the 12 zodiacs, 12 everything, 12 hours, 24 hours. That's why we have. It's like everything's based on astrology. And it's like our whole life is based on astrology, and it's fascinating, Dualistic. I hate duality. I do not like duality. That's why I say I'm staying neutral. But I want positivity. I want positivity for a change instead of negativity. But it's like, but I don't want to live in a duality where this world is against everybody. Our world. We're talking about planet Earth here. Our world. We're all against each other. It's all by design that we're all against each other, even on our belief system. Our beliefs. We have to get rid of all our beliefs. That's what we have to do. Because we always believe. Believing. I think we should get rid of it. We don't need to believe. We just need to fucking, all we need to do is be, just be. That's it. Just be who we are. In this physical reality, just be, that's it, and we're all one. I mean, it sounds funny, but we are all one, And I know people are against that, but it's the real truth. We are all one on this fucking planet. We're all the same on this fucking planet, And I'm tired of the differences, the individualism that we have. Our individualism is what separates us, Yeah, exactly, No born again. Born again is based on the rotation of the sun coming back. The rotation when the planet when darkness fades away, then the light is born again. That's basically what it is, based on the rotation of the planet, according to Jordan Maxwell. Born again is the light coming back. It's like each day, every day, Jesus is always resurrected every fucking day. Jesus is the sun. The sun. Yeah. It's basically the sun. It's telling you, yeah, it's like Jordan said, according to Jordan, it's like, yeah, it's the born again bullshit is based on light. It's based on the sun going up and the sun going down, the sun going up and sun going down, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. It's like, and then Jesus and they talk about resurrection. So when the light comes back, that means it's resurrected, So basically, Jesus is resurrected every day. The light, the sun is resurrected every fucking day. The rotation. So yeah, every day Jesus is resurrected every fucking day. Isn't that fucking fucked up? How these fuckers believe Jesus is coming back. Jesus is coming back. It's the fucking sun. The sun is coming back every fucking day. Shit. It's so fucking it's ridiculous. On a rotation of a fucking on our rotation on our planet, you know? It's yeah. That's all it is. We base good and evil off a rotation of our planet. We base good and evil on the base of our rotation of our fucking planet. How stupid are we? We became so stupid because the ancients, I realized the ancients were worshiping the sun and it's like the light and the dark, it's like, oh my God. Human beings are sun worshippers. They don't realize that they are sun worshippers. Christianity don't even realize that they are sun worshippers, And the Muslims are moon worshippers. And the Luciferians, they worship Saturn, Saturn, It's like they're based on everything by Saturn, And everything around us is Saturn. We have Saturn everything. It's like Saturn is everywhere. The fucking and you realize the justice system. They're wearing the color Saturn. The justice system is based on Saturn. It's all Luciferian. That's why they wear the black robes. That's when we graduate. We wear the black robes. It's like holy shit. Holy fuck. No, every fucking thing in this fucking world is Luciferian. It's depressing. It's so fucking depressing how we are. It's like it's like I hate going out. It's like I hate this reality. I hate going out every fucking day because every time you go out, there's always something negative about it. When you go out, and then you hear the fake personality of people. The corporate policy to make fake people that with these fake personality to sell you shit. They're always selling you shit. They all wear their suit and ties. It's like people who sell you shit look like they're dressed for church. Cool. Gnostic, yeah, I need you to make videos, Gnostic. We all need to make videos. That's what we're here for, Gnostic. Congratulations, Gnostic, for making videos, because that's what I want. I want everybody to come out and fucking say shit, say what's on their fucking mind, and actually speak out against this bullshit. I'm glad, Gnostic. I'm glad that you came out. I want to see your YouTube. Yeah. I'm glad, Gnostic, that you're 19. Good. You're the beginning. Gnostic, you are the beginning. You're the new generation, okay? You are the new generation. And you need to spread the word. You need to spread everything about this fucking lying ass reality. The more you keep spreading it, the more you spread around, the more everybody will, because that's the way it works. That's the way it works. I'm glad you watched it, Gnostic. I'm glad I'm spreading it out too. That's all I'm doing. Tell the truth. Tell everybody the truth. Okay, that's all you have to do is just tell the fucking truth. And they don't like you to tell the truth because they're so afraid to make you tell it. Because I realize that people do not like the truth. They hate to hear the truth, so they make you feel like you're a liar. They're telling you a lie. That's why when I had the trolls, the trolls they don't want me. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth, but they're eventually gonna see the truth. It's gonna come out. 2028 Gnostic. 2028. You'll be. 2028 is going to be a big change. I can tell you, time travel. Time travel is going to be here in 2028, Hopefully, I'll live long enough to see it. 2028. Hopefully, I'll be 58 years old when 2028 comes. I'll be 58 years old when 2028 comes, and I'm hoping that I'll live to see it. Because I want to see time travel. I want to hear about time travel, and then I think 2030 is when the aliens from underground, the beings underground, is going to come out. 2030, according to the time travelers that came to these time travel. I've been watching these time travelers on Apex, so I don't know if they're real or not. But this is what, because to me, the time is always there's always an alternate time. Yeah. 30s, yeah. You're lucky. Gnostic, you're lucky to see the future. You're lucky to see the future. I'm going to tell you this, Gnostic, you're lucky. I'm telling you that you're going to see a lot of changes, and you get to see it. I wish I could see that. I like to see the future change, But it's like, yeah, it's funny. If I die, Gnostic, I'll be watching you. I'll be out there protecting you if I die. I look at it this way. Yeah, there's gonna be good things. There's gonna be some good things going on for you. All this shit, all this shit now coming out, all this stuff now coming out. It's like, it's scary. They've been doing this to us for a long time. Your generation, you're the first generation that's really smart. Change. I'm telling you, Gnostic. Change the way you learn. Change the way you learn. Don't do what you normally do. Change the way you learn, Gnostic. Don't believe in this world on learning, because you have to learn a totally different way. And you're learning basically, you are more ahead of everybody else in your fucking generation, Yeah, speaking out, educate yourself. I mean, really educate yourself. Don't educate yourself in this reality based on these books. I mean, there's nothing wrong reading books. I'm going to tell you, Lawson, there's nothing wrong reading books to understand, but change the way you learn, change, because we need to get away from this education system. We have a corrupt education system. It's a slave education system. So yeah, you have to re-educate all the human beings. Human beings will find your generation will find a way to re-educate yourself, Yeah. Deprogram yourself. Yeah, basically that's it. Deprogram. I deprogrammed myself. I deprogrammed myself. I re-educated myself, and I don't care what people think and how people look at me. I re-educated myself. I kind of like, I see things differently, and people look at me like I'm crazy, but it's normal when people look at you like you're crazy, because around you everybody else is crazy. Deprogram everything about how you are, how life is in this reality. That's the way I would look at it. Sooner or later, I say 2,000 years from now, 2,000, 3,000 years from now, this will be gone. And there will be a utopia. There will be a utopia. This will fade away, and you will have no use for it. And then you'll understand how to balance yourself. Basically, it's about balance. If you balance the planet, this is how it works. You balance the planet, and you balance the people, and everybody else is balanced with the planet, and somehow you become something else. You become more educated, more, I don't know. You're not dumb, but it's like you're beyond who you really are. It's not about education. Well, It's education, but it's not about education. When you notice who you really are, Yeah, I mean, we have to communicate. Communication is key for us in a way because we need to communicate somehow. So we have to figure out how to communicate. I mean, we have to keep communicating. Yeah. Know yourself. I say know yourself because it's simple, you know. Look in the mirror. That's why I do videos every day. I look at myself every fucking day. It's like a mirror reflection of my own self. And I ask myself, how am I programmed? Why am I this way? How am I this way? How did I become this way? Why am I this way? It's like and then everything will fall into place somehow. Everything will fall into place once you know your own self. The body, you got to understand, how does your body work? This is based on destiny. I used to be with a group called Destiny. I'm going to give them the credit, okay? And they're the one who's telling me, they talk about the ego. Get rid of your ego, The ego is what we need to get rid of on this fucking planet because we have too much ego. I think the ego is the key. Once we get rid of the ego, and then everything will come to balance because we have too much ego. That's the problem with us, Yeah. Our ego itself, just ego itself is a problem. We have too much ego. Ego is the creation of all problems because people will say, the rich will get richer. That's the ego, and the poor will get poorer, and they still have ego too. Ego goes both ways in this world. Ego goes both ways, rich or poor. It doesn't matter. Yeah, materialism creates a lot of ego. Materialism is a creation of all ego. If you think about it, because we always want, we always take, but we never give back. If you notice that, it's like people who believe in a materialistic world, they don't believe in giving back. So they just take, and they don't give back. And then when in their version of giving back is trashing the water, poisoning the water, poisoning the food. That's their version of giving back. And then they profit off of people. What kind of fucking sick fucker would profit off of people's fear? That's ego. The egotistic, narcissistic fuckers who like to control every aspects of our lives. Only a narcissist who loves the control, who has the ego of controlling everything in their everyday life, because that's what they are. They're all narcissist human beings. I mean, they're human beings that are so narcissistic that really they don't give a fuck. They live in a blind. They're so blind with their fucking ego, and they have no remorse for your life. People in I realize corporations, people do not have fucking conscience. They don't have a conscience, and all they care about is profit making and profiting off your fear. Because a person who profits off your fear does not have a conscience, does not have feeling, because they're not allowed to have it. According to corporation, you're not allowed to be friends. You can't be friends in corporations because that's how you gonna run your business. Yeah, yeah. The materialism has fucking separated us, segregated us. If you notice that materialism has segregated us, separated us, it's based on, racism is based on materialism. Who can afford this? Who cannot afford that? And then the people who fucking degrade people because of materialism. It's like somebody buying a Lamborghini and somebody has a fucking Volkswagen. I mean, Volkswagen's a great car, yeah, but it depends on what year. It's like this guy has a 2020 fucking Lamborghini that's just been out, and another person has a fucking 1980 Volkswagen. You talk about fucking degrading people. You know, people who has a rich poor mentality they love degrading, because that's the whole idea of this world, is to degrade, to put fear on. You know, and then they give you the fucking illusion, telling you, oh, you could be this way or you could be that way. They always give you the illusion. We'll make life. It's like me going to the gas station, and I read this thing says, let's make life easier. And then when I think about it, I'm making this rich asshole rich. You know, I'm making his life easier. You know, that's all they are. I'm making that person's life easier. No, I'm not making mine. I'm giving away $25 of my money for gas. You know, I'm giving away $50 of my money for gas. You know, $50, I could go buy groceries. You know, it's like no matter what I do, I'm making somebody else's rich. You know, I'm paying to make somebody rich. Everything you do in life, you're paying to make somebody rich. And then at the end, you're fucked. Because they want to take, and it's like, I get all these fucking emails. You know, I get all these fucking emails from these rich assholes telling me how I should live my life. How I should save my money. You know, they talk about saving your money, which that's the biggest fucking scam. The biggest fucking scam is when they say you're going to save money. You know, and then turn around, they take every fucking thing that you take. They take every fucking thing that you have. You know, and they make themselves look like. It's funny about corporations. They always love to make themselves look like they're innocent. You know, the innocent bullshit. You know, they always say I'm the good guy, and somebody speaks out against them, they make me look like the bad guy. You know. The reverse psychology of rich people, making themselves look like they're more innocent than anything else, but in reality, they're not innocent. It's all manipulation. It's funny. Everything about corporation, they have lawyers. You know, so you know, if a poor person, they force you to get a lawyer. You know. Into Saturn, you know, it's like everything about this reality is all based on Saturn. Saturn, you know, the justice system is based on Saturn. Luciferian, you know, it's just, you could feel that. It's like they always say you're always guilty, you know, until proven innocent. The first thing that comes out, guilty. So what kind of fucking justice system is that when they say the first word is guilty, you know? It's a sick fucking system that we live. It's a corrupt system. You know, the judicial system, anything that's corporation is a corrupt system. Government corrupt. I mean, government is corporation. Your government is corporation. I don't care what you fucking think out there. Your government it runs like a business. Somebody owns it. You know, it's funny. The Rothschild owns government. You know, all your tax money is going to the 13th family. You know, that's one thing about it. All your tax money are going to the 13th richest family on this fucking planet. You know, that's one thing because the money splits off. You know, the money does split off. And it circulates one way, and then in the other direction, it goes to them too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It talks about how much they can funnel, how much they feed off your fear, and how much unlimited wealth they have. You think about the 13th family, they have more unlimited, they invented the government. You know, the 13th family invented the government, and here you are trying to support these fucking pathetic shitheads that they are, because that's what they are. The 13th family are nothing but pathetic shitheads, you know? And I'm sick of these fuckers that you know, they're the one who created Texas. The 13th family created Texas. You know, the 13th family, the royalty, it goes even higher. You got non-humans actually controlling this whole planet. The 13 families are like they're on top of the pyramid, but they're not really the top of the pyramid because there's non-humans on top of the pyramid. They're on top of them. That's telling them what to do. So yeah, there are non-humans controlling this fucking planet. And I realize, yeah, another slavery system. Taxes is just another slave because taxes are nothing but another mob system. It's basically mobs. We got mobs on this fucking planet. That's why I've been saying a lot. We have mobs on this fucking planet. And every single fucking person, everything around us is nothing but mobs. Yeah, mafia mentality. And it's funny when I say free, when I talk about the word free, it offends these fucking assholes out here because they can't stand the word free. You know, the true meaning of the word free. Because if we were actually free, we would be free right now. I mean, free, not not this fake freedom. I don't believe in patriotism either. I don't believe in patriotism because that's part of this bullshit on this fucking world. I'm not into patriotism. Because they all they want is another fucking another version of slavery. Patriotic people want another version of slavery based on gold. I look at gold as another version of slavery. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Because you're not here to save people. You're here to destroy the planet. You're here to destroy it, make everybody else miserable. Yeah. Because I question these fucking people about what freedom is, because they don't know what freedom is. They don't know the word freedom. You know, only thing they believe is this is their freedom. This is what the idiots believe in. This is where all the idiots come from. All the idiots believe this is their freedom, and they think this is our ticket way out of here. They believe that this is our ticket way out of here, and they call this freedom. You know? Yeah, exactly, Gnostic. Oh, Gnostic, it's cool. I'm happy for you, Gnostic. I'm fucking happy for you. You don't know how happy I am that I have somebody on the next generation sees this. I'm happy. Thank you, Gnostic. That's all I'm saying. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for waking up. You know, yeah, that's all I'm saying. As long as I have one. Well, you're like 8. 9 people that I know. You're like 9 out of 9 people. You're like, yeah, 9 out of 7 billion. I mean, 9 out of my people. That I know that really sees. That really, really sees. Because when you really see, it's totally different. It's really fucking different when you see. And then when you see, you feel like you're an alien, because that's what I feel all the time. I feel like when I wake up every day, I feel like I'm an alien. I feel like I don't belong here. My some part of me that I don't feel like I belong. Yeah, no, it's all zombies. They're all zombies out here. They all get drunk and they all drink. It's like they all smoke their joints and I mean, there's nothing wrong with smoking a joint. But there's nothing wrong seeing this shit. Yeah. Well, you went off somewhere. That's crazy. Plus, give me 1 hour. Let's see what's on. Uh, I can't believe I see that. Hello. Oh, you're on and off somehow. Yeah, it's weird now. It's like my energy just went up. My vibe just went up. Positive. Good. It was a good positive vibe. Coming out of you, and I think it was a great positive vibe coming out of you. So thank you. We need positivity on it. I mean, it's just we need positive. So we need a change from negative to positive for a change. We need to get out of this negative rut. We've been on the negative rut for 6,000, 7,000, maybe millions of years. We've been on a negative rut for millions. I think millions of years, trillions of years. You know, and that really is funny about Mars. I found out that I come from Mars. I used to live on Mars, and I could see I could see the war. I'm seeing this one guy. I think of this world like the 1980s Buck Rogers, right? I see this one person. Hello, hello, A. I see this one guy. I see this one guy. All is dressed up in white, and I could see the deserts on Mars. There was a big war in Mars. There was a big, huge war on Mars. Actually, it was against all. It was humanity. I mean, human beings used to be tall. Human being used to be really tall. I think we were like 13, 14 feet on Mars, human beings. Until we came here on this planet we kind of shrank. We shrank down to this size. There used to be a big ass war on fucking Mars, which is really, really crazy. And I realized that the Dark Fleet is on Mars, the Alliance is on Mars, and it's like some of us here on this planet are from Mars. Some of us, or I think there's a lot of us that are from Mars. The spirit, we all came down here. We all immigrated here on this planet, and then we got manipulated somehow from there because there used to be a lot of technology. It was a big, huge. It was like a futuristic city on fucking Mars. Yeah, we humanity's been here for billions of years. Actually, humanity's been here for billions of years. We've been through different waves. Humanity's been through different waves. In a way, it's funny about Jay Essex saying that we are the sixth wave. The sixth wave, and yeah, it's funny that the ancient ones are the ones that are us. The ones that the ETs, like the Palladians. Sometimes I feel like they're our ancestors. They're part of us. And then I think they kind of like took the human body, and then they created many, and they put all the alien DNA in us. So they created us. A new creation with mixture of all these different ET DNAs. Which is weird. So we're like guinea pigs. Hola, Crawdad. Hola. Yeah, we're basically like guinea pigs on this fucking planet, you know? And we're body parts. Yeah, I had a great day. I hanged around. I was with my mom and all that stuff. I took my mom out. Oh, my mom took me out for buffet, Chinese buffet. You know, yeah, it was pretty cool. I love my mom. I tell you, I love my mom. You know, my mom is the best thing in the world. It's like I don't know. When she goes, it's gonna hurt me deeply. When she goes, it's gonna hurt me way deep because she has so much effect on me that you can't believe. That's why I love her so much. You know, my dad is he's a great person, but I don't feel as much love to my dad than I do with my mom. You know. Yeah, love your mom. I tell you, love your mom because she's the one who gave you your life. Your mom gave you your life. You know, and your dad, yeah, your dad helped, but she went through all the pain to have you. You know, your mom went through a lot of pain to have. It's funny about birth. You know, birth certificate, birthing, you know that shit. It's funny how our society is based on sexuality, you know. And then it's funny about the. I've been thinking of. It's funny about now. You got me. Now you got me with this other subject talking about the capital in Washington State. It's all about sexuality in the capital, you know, because it's like what you call it. Let me look this up for a second. The capital. What's it called? The obelisk. You know the obelisk that you see in Washington D.C. It's really a penis. You know that's what the obelisk is in Washington D.C. It's a fucking penis. You know. Isn't that fucking weird, funny about that? Because the Egyptian they call it the penis, and then you realize if you look at the jiu-jitsu system, it's basically the womb, the womb of a female, and the jiu and the fucking and this it's weird. It's like everything in Washington D.C. is based on sexuality, is sex. It's all male sex organs, you know. It's weird. Isn't that fucking fucked up? That we have they talk about, you know, it's funny about talking about sex. You know, talk about having a penis. You got the obelisk. You have a big old penis right there sticking out. You know, it's, it's weird. Let's see. Let's see. It's so funny, you know. It's like, yeah, everything in the fucking Washington is based. Anything that has capital is all based on male organs, the penis. You know, it's like it's basically it's a masculine. It's it's weird it's, yeah, Egyptian. Yep, exactly, crawdad. You know, it's like, yeah, it's like the Egyptians never left here. You know, it's like the Romans. The Romans, they still, yeah. I found out according to Jordan, that the Romans took all the technology from the Egyptians, and then all of a sudden they start spreading You know, it's funny how they control the world based on that. You know, on the Egyptian, because the Egyptians, the the ancients there were so way more advanced than we were. You know, they were way more advanced than we were, and it's like it's weird that it's been passed down to this generation, to many generations. You know, the manipulation to believe in this shit. You know. I'm doing fine. Just a lot of subjects. There's a lot of things I like to speak out. our, Archimedes. Yeah. Have fun, Crawdad. Thanks for coming. You know, I mean, it's so strange now. It's like when you look at the world, it's like this is a weird fucking world we live in. You know, I wish I could. I wish there was a way for I could post stuff, post pictures up. You know, I wonder if there's a way to post pictures up on this thing. Do I have to go on Google? I wonder if I have to go on Google. What you call it? Google, like chat or something. I got this thing called Google Hangout. Yeah, Google Hangout. All I need is if you guys like to come on my YouTube channel, just send me your email address and I'll invite you on Google's Hangout, and it'll go directly onto this YouTube if you like to. If you want to come out and speak, you know. I'm just letting you guys know that anybody's welcome, you know, to go on Google if they want to talk and spread their words. You know, come. You're welcome to use my channel. You know. So yeah, if you want to talk, we talk about all kinds of stuff. You know, we could talk about anything. Just all you have to do is send me your email address, and I can invite you on my Google's Hangout, which is called, and it goes directly to this live YouTube. It's all live. Everything I'm doing right now is all going to be live. I'm not going to do any more. Excuse me. I mean, I'm going to do some regular YouTubes, but I'm not going to do as much. It's all going to be live. You know, I think that's better that way because it's it's more realistic this way. Excuse me. Got this try. It's more realistic, I think, to go live. Then you get to see who I really am, how I really am, and my mouth is dry. I gotta get water. I'll be back. I'm drinking acid. I'm Bach. I'm drinking acid. Good acid. It's not good for me, but I'm addicted to it. I can admit it. Yeah, Google's Hangout's pretty cool. If you guys like to speak, or talk with me, I can have up to 10, 15 people on Google's Hangout. All I need is email address to invite you. That's it. You know, and then you guys can be all on my YouTube. Actually, you guys can all talk on YouTube, and I get to see what you guys look like, and we can talk about all kinds of shit. You know, basically, it's like a get together on your what's your perspective on how you see things, and I like to hear people's perspective, but I like to you know people. It's like for me, it's kind of weird. I like to compare my free society. I like to compare my free society versus a guy who believes in a society that's more selfish, And then they call me communist because I believe in a free society. I don't believe in communism either. I do not believe in communism. I don't believe anything that comes to politics. Because politics is communism. You know? I don't know, communism to me is somebody who is like, I don't know. I see those different ways on politics because everybody wants to control. Control doesn't. It goes both ways. Democrat, it doesn't, or right wing. It doesn't matter. Right, left wing. They all want control. Communism, capitalism. It's all about control. Capitalism is more materialistic. Materialism. Democracy, I don't know. Socialism to me is not. I don't. Is materialism, but it's more of the healthcare thing. But it's not. I don't see. I don't look at. I don't know. I don't see. I don't see eye to eye to both because it's all both a control system. So therefore I don't care about both system, capitalism or communism, or socialism and communism. I don't believe in those systems at all. My thing is, yeah, I believe in utopia. I believe in the utopian system, where utopian doesn't. It's like I mean, you only need few rules. Do not kill. There's one rule. That's as simple as. I mean, that's all you need. Do not kill. You work together as one. That's how I look at it. But a capitalist will look at that way as communism because they're so individualized. But in a utopian system, you can be individualized, but it doesn't mean you're controlled. I mean, if you want to learn something, to be something, then that's what you're going to learn. It's a learning experience. When you come into life, you're actually, it's a learning experience, But in the capitalist socialism materialistic world, you're not really learning anything. You're forced into make somebody else rich. I mean, both ways, you're still going to make somebody else rich, and somebody else always want to be on top to control. In the utopian system, everybody's the leader. It's just like Anonymous. If you look at Anonymous, everybody is the same in Anonymous. They're all one, and no one is the leader because you can never find out who the leader is. So that's what confuses these fucking capitalist socialist people, because they don't understand that Anonymous is not really one. Anonymous is actually one person, one entity, one being. When you look at the mask, because that's basically how I look at myself. But it's not. It's kind of like that way, but it's not. It's like everybody take care of, about taking care of everybody. That's one thing that people who have political beliefs, with the socialist and fucking capitalist beliefs, is nobody's out to take care of anybody. It's always about you have to make payments. You have to pay. You're not going to take but if somebody can't pay, then you're not really actually taking care of that person. In the society, in the utopian society, it's kind of weird because the utopian society is you can go off planet. You can stay here. You can go through time. You don't have to pay for it because I realize that they're gonna make money off of time travel. Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're giving your health for somebody else's wealth. Exactly. What kind of fuck up system is that? What kind of fuck up system where you know a doctor driving a fucking Porsche. I mean, I don't see all doctors bad. I can't say all doctors are bad, but they're fucking greedy in some ways. It depends on what kind of doctor you are. If you're a small town doctor, then that's a different story. I mean, it's like, but you're still doing it for money. You're still doing it for. You're not doing it for their health. You know, because you're always finding some kind of way to extract more money off this person to make them not healthy. Because I found a couple things about the healthcare, and I realized that the doctors are not out here to take care of you. They're out here to make money because that's what business is about. Business is about making money. You know, that's one thing people need to understand. Business, everything is a business in this reality. It's all about money. I don't give a fuck. Money is the priority of life in this reality. So how could your healthcare? How could you say one thing? I have to question about healthcare. That if you really do care about people, why do you kick out people that don't have no money? People can't afford your health care. Why do you kick them out? Why do you put them out in the street in the cold? You know, this is the health system we have today. That they don't really care. Because business is first. Business is always first before for people's health. Because that's the way it works. Because companies always finding cheaper ways so they can afford you to have health. Yeah, I mean, there are some companies that give you free health care. They'll pay 100% of your health, but that doesn't mean they really care about you, because it all costs money. I mean, hospitals, they're like billions. They take billions and trillions of dollars from your insurance. Insurance is a racket. Your insurance is a racket, and they're the ones who's picking and choosing what is good for you, even though they're not qualified to do health to tell you what's good for you. You got people insurance are not qualified to tell you what's good for you and what's not good for you. Isn't that kind of fucked up? It's really fucked up that the insurance will tell you, no, we're not going to pay this, we're not going to pay that. Oh, that we're not going to do this. I mean, yeah, this is insurance. This is what insurance people do, especially here in America. It shows you how fucking fucked up our system is. It's like it's like you got people that never been doctors. You got insurance people never been doctors. Unless I'm wrong, there are some that are doctors or nurses, but they're not qualified to tell you what's good for you. Which is, I hate the word qualified, because in this world there's a lot of world that tells you that you're qualified. You need a certificate, you need a piece of paper to say that you are qualified. They need to tell you they gotta everything you need in this world. You need a piece of paper to say that you are qualified. Say that you have done this. But you think if you go back thousands of millions of years, there never was a piece of paper to say that you were qualified. If it's funny about the natives, the shamans, they don't have no piece of paper saying that they're a shaman. They do not have a piece of paper saying that they're a shaman, you know, that they're qualified to be a doctor. Isn't that kind of fucked up? You know, a native shaman, you know, that's been they've been doing this for fucking millions of years, and here they are. Oh, you need a piece of paper to prove that you are a shaman. You know, what kind of fucked up shit is that? You know, it's like this person is a natural shaman. It's like it's so fucking funny about how you can hear the words. Yeah, listen to the funny about words. Listen, like I always say, listen to the words of these fucking brainwashed sheeps. Listen to their words. Yeah, right now, moving forward. I've been hearing moving forward on everything. Everybody, I've been hearing this word moving forward. Moving forward. We're gonna move forward. Yes, we're gonna move forward. Oh yeah, we're gonna move forward. You know, that's a brainwash word. That word is so spread out everywhere. Everybody says moving forward, you know? And now via, VIA. Now I'm starting to hear via. Everybody's starting to say via everywhere. I say, what the fuck? Everybody's saying via. I say, where does that word come from? Via, you know? Yeah. I listen to, I have this thing about words and it gets on my fucking nerves. And when I hear a particular word, and then I go on YouTube and I say, okay, guys, you gotta stop saying moving forward, you know. And then when you hear media, the news, you should hear the news. I've been listening to CNN, and I've been listening to ABC, MSNBC. You know what I've been listening to? I've been hearing moving forward in each one of those fucking media, you know. And then when I come outside, and then I hear people saying moving forward outside, it's like, oh my god, so that's what they're doing. You know, that's what they're fucking doing. It's like they spread this one word, and everybody mimics this one word. And it's funny how the sheeps that mimics the two words moving forward, you know, we're moving forward. And then I look at the UFO community. The UFO community, you know, I hear moving forward in the UFO community. You say, oh shit. It's like it's like it's weird how it's spread all over the fucking place, you know, on two words. And then via is the next word coming in. Via is coming up. I mean, I'm hearing via a lot now. I say, what the fuck? VIA, via. Where did that fucking come from? I don't know why. I can hear these words that these fucking, MK Ultra or whatever you call them, you know. I can hear certain words, and then it's like I can hear it. It's like I can hear. It's like it just spreads around. Like it was like it's like it was weird, you know. This back, when 9/11 was here, right? And I heard terrorism, and all I hear was terrorism. It's like they say terrorism so many times, like 100, 200 times a day. And then that's when I started noticing that, okay, that's how they spread their words. You know, when you go back the to the Bush day, the Bush Junior day, when you hear his words, and then the words just it's like a wave, and the wave spreads onto all the people, and then it's like a big huge magic spell, you know. And it's like, and then it's still here. That word terrorism is still here this day. I mean, they don't use it as much that they used to, but it's still here, and they still created it. It's like it's funny how they control the masses by words. You know, words is like a big huge magical spell, and how you use it. You know, if you know how to use your spell, if you know how to use your words, then you understand how the spell works. You know, because there is to me, I believe, I'm sorry to say it, I do believe in magic, or I do believe, that's why I say I believe in metaphysical abilities, and words are part of it. You know, how do you use it? How do you use the metaphysics? But you can use it in a positive way. You can use it against them. You know, because that's that's what I do. It's like I kind of like disrupt. That's the way I work. I kind of disrupt everybody's reality. You know, if you look at it this way, I love disrupting people's reality because I like to tell them, hey, why are you saying this word? You know, how it's like, and then all of a sudden they're telling me, shut the fuck up. You're stupid. You know, it's weird how you can disrupt the reality of this world, you know, by noticing these words. And then when you notice these words, it's like, oh shit, okay, yeah, media. Media is the best spellcaster I ever. I mean, media is great at spellcasting. Whether you don't believe it or not, the media, just the way they say the words and how they say the words, and how they manipulate you and saying their words, because there's always somebody on there pulling their strings. Somebody is pulling somebody else's strings. It's always that way. You know, they're always the puppet talking, but there's always somebody behind the puppet talking, you know? So that's how I realize that this whole world, you know, me noticing the pyramid system of this world, because this world is nothing but a pyramid system. And then, yeah, yeah, and then you realize, oh shit! And then one thing they made a law. They made a law against the pyramid system, and you have to ask the question: why did they make the law against the pyramid? Anybody who creates a pyramid system will get arrested. So yeah, if you created a law against it, that means if you create another pyramid system, then they don't want competition. They don't want competition if you build another pyramid system, another control system. Because that's why they created a law. If you build another pyramid system just like this pyramid system, then they'll find ways to arrest you, because you can't do that. Because if you already know how the system works and how to make millions of trillions of dollars, yeah, that's what they do. It's like Amway. Everybody know about Amway? What you know about Amway? There you go. Amway is a pyramid system. It just somehow it's legalized, and they're letting them do Amway. Talk about a fucking racket there. Amway is nothing but a racket. Just like fucking what we live now. We live in a racket. This whole system is nothing but a racket. Everybody's fucking us, and is always finding some kind of way to fuck us, to control us. Yeah, it's nothing but a pure racket. It's like, I don't know. I always ask it. How could you be positive in a world that's nothing but a racket? How could you be positive in a world that's nothing but a racket? Somebody's always feeding off your fear. Somebody's always, making you unconscious. I see that with my parents. I'm sorry to say it, because I see that with my parents. My parents are so unconscious. They don't realize about their world, because they want to go to church. My parents, they believe that going to church and going to heaven is going to set everything straight for them when they leave. It's like that's why my parents are. I don't think like my parents. I'm not like my parents at all. But they always believe, they did great. My dad went to war. My dad went to the Vietnam War. My mom's Vietnamese. My dad went to Vietnam War, and he doesn't say shit about it. But he believes that if he goes to church, he might have a good chance of going to heaven. I can't blame my dad. What he done. I can't blame my dad for what he done. But it's like I don't. He had orders. It's like when you're in the army and when you're in the service, you have orders, and you have to obey those orders. If you don't obey those orders, you get Article 15, or you go to jail. It's really fucked up how negative this world is. That's why I don't believe in the word. I don't believe in doing good. Doing good is a. I hate the word doing good, because I don't know. Am I doing good to make? So doing good. Since I'm working, I'm doing good to make a rich asshole rich. So that's doing good, you know? Yeah. I hate that word doing good. I always hated that word. I always felt like that word is so wrong. The way they make it sound, you know? And progress. I can't stand the word progress. I heard that word the first time, you know. We're making progress in a world that's so negative, you know, that we're actually, I call it regression, regressing, you know. We are regressing because we're making progress, you know. Because I never thought we were progressing, you know. I never thought we were progressing, you know. I thought we're still doing the same shit. It's like when I was younger, I used to draw I used to draw, you know, futuristic cities and spaceships, and you know, and I always believed that this is what I thought when I was young. I always believed the year 2000 was going to be the future. I believed that the year 2000 was going to be the year where we're going to have floating cars and futuristic cities, and that's what I believed in when I was young. I was in elementary school, and I said, "Dang, we're gonna be in the future pretty soon, the year 2000, you know." And then I saw the movie you know, the 2000 Space Odyssey, you know. It's like, oh shit, that's gonna be the future, you know. And then 2000 goes by, and I look around, and I still see houses, and I still see fucking fuel cars, you know. And I look around and say, where's the flying cars? Where's the floating cities, you know? It's weird. When I was young, I always believed that the year 2000 was going to be the future. I thought we were going to have fucking badass cars that fly in the fucking sky, and I thought we'll be out in fucking space. You know, I thought we'll be off the planet by then, in the year 2000. You know, that's what I believed in when I was younger. You know, when I was in elementary school, I was like, yeah, it was like sixth grade. You know. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Eh? Exactly, eh? I sound like a Canadian now, eh? Sound like a Canadian now, eh? How's it going, eh? Oh yeah, eh? I like that. That's funny. Hey, hey, I'm sorry. I'm just going crazy now because it's funny, you know. I think that in Canada, when they say "hey," that's the rednecks talking. They say that the rednecks always say "hey." I didn't know that, but yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I know when you're younger, you know. I remember seeing the Jetsons. You know, the Jetsons cartoon. Like it was like made in 1970s, and they had houses that are off the ground in the air, and they're flying their speeders, just flying their speeders back to work and all that stuff. It's like, oh my god, what happened? I said, what happened? Where is it? Now it's like I think 2000, and then all of a sudden it's 2001. I say, okay, we're still not in the future yet. We're still doing the same shit. 2002. Okay, nothing's changed yet. You know, it's weird, you know. And then now we're at 2000 fucking 19. 2000 fucking 19, and we still have the fucking same houses, and we're still driving combustible cars. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Why? And now we're coming out with electric cars. Now we're coming out with electric cars. It's like, what the fuck? We should have had electric cars fucking in the year 2000. You know, we should have fucking affordable, cheap floating modernized houses in the fucking year 2000. But instead, we're in 2019, and now we're starting to have electric cars. You know, now we're starting to have. It's weird, you know. And I found out time travel was here since 1981. You know, time travel has been here since 1981. They've been doing that since the 80s. And then I realized that space travel has been here since the 60s and the 70s. During World War II. Space travel has been here during World War II. It's like, fuck. Why are they hiding this fucking shit from us? Now I realize they have a fleet up there. And then now that there's a base on Mars, I know there's bases on Moon. I know there's other bases out there that we're on. And it's like, what the fuck? Why am I still here? ABC Mike. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you can listen to the rest here. Hey, BC Mike, if you'd like to come on live, you can come on live if you want. Just send me your email address so we can come on live. We can talk. That'd be cool. In your perspective, Oh my God. Oh, okay. I'm sorry for your pain, Mike. I'm sorry that what you're going through. Yeah, I figure I'd come on today for a couple hours or something. Just chill out and talk about all kinds of shit coming up. Yeah, another thing I've been watching is Anonymous. I've been watching Anonymous a lot. I've been posting up a lot of Anonymous on their perspective on what's going on with the fucking what you call dark state. They're talking about the dark state a lot. They're talking about Trump, and then the one thing I found out is it's like if they get Trump out of office, and then all of a sudden Nancy Pelosi becomes next president, and then fucking Hillary Clinton, because I say fuck no. I don't want Nancy Pelosi or Hillary Clinton. Actually, to be honest, I don't want Nancy Pelosi or Hillary Clinton to be president. Those are the two worst people to have. And I'm kind of glad they're exposing Hillary Clinton. Nothing but a fucking mob. What's funny about Hillary Clinton? She's a Republican from Arkansas. She's a Republican from Hillary Clinton actually is a Republican disguised as a fucking Democrat. Because I seen the old Hillary Clinton. I seen some of the old Hillary Clinton on Walmart. Hillary Clinton, a Walmart. Yeah, she's actually a Republican. It's weird that how they confuse your sides in this reality. Because I don't want Hillary Clinton to be a president on this fucking planet. A president. I don't want Hillary at all. Period. Because I know she has clones. And I know she lies a lot. She's not she's a natural born liar. I know she doesn't give a fuck about it. I know she's with the dark state. Yeah, Hillary. If you see one of old Hillary's videos, she's a Republican. Because Arkansas is a Republican state. I've been in Arkansas. There's a lot of darkness in Arkansas. It's a Republican state. Yeah, they are. BC Mike, they're all greedy assholes. That's what it comes down to. They're all greedy, selfish, control freaks. That's all they are. And they're sick. Now you can add a new things. All the people on all the elites are all sick motherfuckers. I realize all the elites, they're all the rich assholes. Anybody who's rich is a sick motherfucker. Sick, gross motherfucker that likes to keep secrets in their fucking what you call it? They're Luciferian. I found out all the rich assholes are part of the Luciferian society. But they're all split up in different groups, and they're all different cabals. They all worship Baal. It's weird. That I found out even a religion worship. I mean, Christianity, Muslims, doesn't matter, Judaism, they all worship Lucifer. You know, they're all Luciferian, you know? Because according to Jordan Maxwell, you know, Jesus comes out and says, I am Lucifer, you know? That's what, according to Jordan Maxwell, it's like the very end of the fucking Bible says, Jesus says, I am Lucifer. That's the rotation of night and day, you know, the good and evil. Yeah. Well, it's good that you studied it, Gnostic, you know, at least you studied it, you know, at least you understand it. Because I've been hearing a lot of weird shit what they do. You know, I found out there's this fucking little community in England. You know, these rich assholes in this little community in England, they have women that have throwaway, kind of like they're like throwaway babies. So they grow them up at a certain age, like 5 or 6 years old, and they hypnotize them. And then the way they do it is when they hypnotize them, and they don't know. And then and it's like for sacrificing, they took a sword and chopped their heads off. Chop these little 5-year-old heads off. This girl that came out and talked about it was like, really, but these rich assholes. These are all rich assholes, and they do the same thing to their own fucking daughter or son. And then I saw Hillary Clinton and a photograph of a human being fucking, you know, like being baked like a turkey. They have a human being baked like in 2 little kids, like it was normal. But I mean, that's, to them it's normal, you know, in this system, because they've been doing it so long. It's so normal for them, you know. That's why they don't have no conscience. You can't have no conscience in their reality. That's fucked up. On how they have no conscience at all about life itself, you know. And then they manipulate it. You know, it's funny how they manipulate everything, you know. Yeah, Jordan Maxwell is really he breaks down religion to a core, to every fucking word. You know, Christianity needs it. I think Christianity, the Muslims, and the Jewish people need to watch Jordan Maxwell. You know. Yeah, isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up, Gnostic? That's so fucked up. Yeah, from the womb we enter. In a weird way, we are entering hell from our mother's womb. You know. From our mother's womb, we are entering hell. That's and it's true. We are living in hell. This planet have became a real hell. You know, this is the true hell, right here, full of these greedy ass fucks, these control freaks, these ones who could take your rights away. They could do whatever they want to you, whenever they want, how they feel, and it's like they could do whatever they want, you know? Yeah, exactly. It is a dumping ground for criminals. You know, we got criminals, you know, criminals are everywhere. You know, criminals is the ones who we pay our bills to. Criminals are the ones who do our taxes. Criminals is when we listen to the religion. Criminals are everywhere in this fucking world, you know? Criminals are is everything in every place and it's like everything. It's our life is nothing but criminals. And we have to listen to these fuckers every day, you know? Hell, BC Mike, we live on hell. This is hell right here. BC Mike, this reality that we live on, this is hell. I can tell you that for a fact, you know? hell is hell. People who believe in hell is funny how is it basically the sun burning. When the sun burns, so that everybody believes, so they use that as hell because the sun is burning. Because it's funny, everybody worships the sun. Everybody believes in the light, even though the sun is burning. It's all based on the sun. You know. Yeah, that's based. That's how they base. If you look at it that way, it's all based on the sun. Because when they say hell and they say fire, it all came from the sun. You know, it shows you how ignorant we are as human beings to believe in these religious fuckheads. It's based on the rotation of the planet. It's like everything is based on rotation of the planet, and in the 13 astrology. I mean, we have the 13 astrology, the 13, what you call it, or 12. They say 12, but there's actually 13, you know? Astrology. I can't even say the word. You see this? This is the rotation of the planet, the 13 astrology, the 12 astrology. So every time the planet turns, we based on this. This is what we based on our the 12. This is the 12 astrology. Good and evil. You see this? Good and evil, based on the rotation of the planet, night and dark. That's good. That's good. That's evil. That's how humanity based on their. That's how they based on the duality is the based on the rotation of the planet, the night and darkness of the planet. So yeah, isn't that kind of fucked up? How the reality, how humanity based on, in it's like how they're, because when it, you see, when it becomes dark, that's when evil comes out. Because that's how human beings think. Because when it's dark, that's where where it got the darkness and the light. The light is good because we like the warmth of the sun to keep us warm. And then darkness comes. That's basically where good and evil came from. Is the rotation of the planet. Because we're basing everything on. It's like our whole life. It's like we've been taught wrong on this fucking planet. We've been taught wrong about everything about this planet. And then this is God right here. This is Jesus. This is Jesus, God. This is what every human. This is what all the Christians, the Judaism believes. This is what they worship. This is God and Jesus right here. This is the light. Because everybody worships this system. You know, What the hell? Let's see. Yeah, there was a flying saucer going across it. Yeah, this is what human beings are worshipped. This is why this is what religion worship the sun. You know, isn't that kind of funny? How the sun is the sun is the sun is the light. The sun is what keeps us positive. You know. Yeah, everybody. This is what all religious people. This is what Christianity and and Judaism worship: the light, the sun. This is Jesus. This is God. Jesus is actually the light. The light is the sun. So this is what their Jesus look like. It's a fucking ball, a ball of light. It's a that's what it is. A fucking ball of light. This is what Jesus is. Jesus means light. That's according to Jordan Maxwell. Jesus means light. It's not really a human being. It's this physical sun that we worship every fucking day. We worship. It's like humanity worship this every fucking day. It's weird. It's so fucking weird that humanity worship this every fucking day. And then here's another thing: Luciferian. See here, see the ball here. You notice that when they see the rotation of it, human beings, the Luciferians worship this thing on top. This is what they worship. The Luciferians, they worship this thing on top of the ball of Saturn. This is Luciferian way of looking at things because they believe. It's funny about Saturn. Saturn is what it's like. You see Saturn everywhere on this planet. You see Saturn everywhere on this planet. These people doesn't know that your court system is based on Saturn. Your court system is based on Saturn. And look at this. It's funny. This is what all the Luciferians are worshiping. This thing. Isn't that funny? This is what all the Luciferians worship. Is this on Saturn? There's something about it that makes them, and it's like everything on this planet is astrological. It shows you the stupidity of humanity. It's like everything about humanity is based on a fucking planet. You gotta question the justice system is based on Saturn. Our justice system is based on this. Because all the Luciferians are all on top of the pyramid, and they all worship this. They all somehow somebody from another planet came from this, knows about this planet, came down here, manipulated us to believe in this shit. Yeah, it's like I'm not paying attention. It's weird. Huh. Does anybody know I'm Infinite Facebook? No, I never seen I Am Infinite's Facebook. I Am Infinite doesn't have Facebook. I talked to him personally. As opposed to him. Oh no. Sorry about that, Dip a Zip. I don't know. I didn't even know you had Facebook. How you doing, Dip? I ain't seen you in a while. Yeah, I don't know. I never got his Facebook. I got him on Messenger. I got him on Messenger. That's the only thing I have. Yeah, I know you have Facebook. I seen you. You're on my Facebook. I've been posting up a lot of shit, Dip. Yeah, I'm always on Messenger. Yeah, most of my Facebook friends contact me on Messenger, so I respond sometimes, and sometimes I don't. I'm too damn tired, after working. And then sometimes I can't drive and text. There are times where I can't drive and text. You know, it's a pain in the ass. It's like sometimes when you guys text me and it's like I'm driving, I say, "What the fuck?" And then when I'm in a big city, I say, "Oh shit, I don't think I should do this." I put it down when I'm in a big city. So if I don't respond really quick on it, yeah. I got Facebook. I got fucking YouTube. What's funny about me? I say what I say, you know, and it's funny. I've been on Facebook for almost 10 years, or I think no, I think 7, 8 years or something. And then yeah, I've been on Facebook for I think 6, 7. I don't know how long. It's been a while, and I've been saying the same shit every year, and then it's like it's not a big deal. It's like I hadn't got shot yet. And somebody hadn't arrested me yet. So it's like I know exactly what to say. You could push it. Yeah, you could push it a little bit. Yeah, I got suspended for 6 days in Facebook. Yeah, I got suspended for 6 days in Facebook. Because I say things that are really I shouldn't be saying. I've been suspended. I've been suspended twice on Facebook. You know, I say I say very controversial things that people don't want to hear. You can read my Facebook. I mean, yeah, you are on my Facebook. I mean, you got to go back to when I first began. I used to talk bad about religion. My thing was Christianity. I used to talk bad about Christianity a lot because my ex was Christian. So yeah, I always try to find a false about. I find everything false about Christianity, you know, and the religion. And then I had African people. I had people from Africa that couldn't that were trying to. I had voodoo doctors come after me. I had there's a lot of Christians in fucking Africa, so I had a lot of them come after me. I had Muslims. I mean, there's some good. I had Muslims to come after me. Now I have on YouTube. I have Jewish people that don't like me. It's like, yeah, I'm here. I'm here to start. I'm here. I'm here to fucking. I just tell it like it is. That's what I do. Dip a zip. I just tell it like it is. You know. Hey, Dip. I want to do an age regression or like a regression. I'm a Jew and I like you. Yeah. But I found out that I found out there's a lot of shit. Hey, Dip a zip. Look into Jordan Maxwell. I'm just gonna. I'm just recommending you. Look into Jordan Maxwell. He'll break down everything. I'm just recommending you to look at Jordan Maxwell. That's all. Yeah, during Teton. Yeah. So yeah, it'd be Jordan Maxwell. Maxwell. He's like 70 years old. He been looking into religion. I've been looking into Jordan Maxwell for about shit, 5, 6 years. I know I've been looking at Jordan Maxwell for 5, 6 years, and I mean it was like off and on how I saw him, and then all of a sudden now I see him more. Yeah, he's on YouTube. He's on YouTube. You'll see him on YouTube. He's got his own radio show now. Really, really deep shit. When you listen to it, I mean, when you listen to it, it's really deep shit. It'll blow your fucking mind away. I'll show you what he looks like. Dang, let's see, Siblings. I'll give you a little hint of what he looks like. Yeah, he's like a Palladian. Jordan Maxwell is a Palladian in a human body. So when he leaves his body, he goes back to his Palladian body. That's the way I found out. He's a Palladian he's from the Pallades. And he takes it, which is really cool, I think. Let me find a good one.
To say of itself that I am the light.
This is Jordan Maxwell.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. First of all, I want to thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's free.
For inviting me to speak.
It's all free on YouTube.
Tonight, realizing that many of my subjects are rather controversial at best.
Yeah, he's very.
More often than not, I tend to offend some people when I don't really mean to. But I have dedicated my life to uncovering facts about life and the life that we live. Steve Allen once said that there are two kinds of facts, the kind you look up and the kind you make up. And too much of our world is comprised of educated people who are teaching facts which are made up. They have no basis in actual fact. And in the Jewish religion, there's a concept in Judaism that says if you tell a lie when under testimony, then your entire testimony is to be thrown out. Because if you lie one time, you're just a liar. And consequently, your testimony is of no value, period. That being the case, there is a maxim in Roman law. I want to read this to you. In Roman law, there is a maximum that says, let him who wishes to be deceived be deceived. So that was an article of Roman law. If you're so stupid that you want to buy into something and be deceived, hey, go ahead. That's up to you. Let me give you an example of how we are being manipulated and exploited by people who would present their notions as true in point of fact, having no factual basis at all. Here in the Talmud, in the book of the Talmud, in Gittin, Gittin, which is the name of a book within the Talmud, Gittin 57b says this. Now, this is the Holy Talmud of the Hebrews. And Gittin 57b says, quote, that 4 billion Jews were killed by Romans in the city of Bethar, Bethar. 4 billion Jews were killed by the Romans in the city of Bethar. 4 billion Jews killed. In Gittin 58a, the Talmud says, quote, the 16 million children were wrapped in scrolls and burned alive by the Romans. End quote. 16 million children burned by the Romans, 4 billion people killed. As far as I'm concerned, It is part and parcel of what I have come to learn about theology in the 43 years I've been looking at theology. There's a very important question you might want to ask yourself. How important is it really to know the truth about anything, especially in America? How really important is it to know the truth, the factual truth about anything? If you have a rope and you're going to ship a heavy box, you take the rope and you wrap the box up with it. Most likely that rope is going to be sufficient to ship any kind of a box. But if you're going to take that rope out to the edge of a 10-story building and you're going to hang your body off the building on that rope, now you better check the integrity of that rope, because now you're hanging your life on it. Consequently, if you own the second-story building and you're up on the second floor and you're going to put a lot of heavy weight on that floor, the smart thing to do, logically would tell you, is to go up on the second, go down to the first floor and get on a ladder and pull the ceiling tiles away and check the foundations of that floor to see if the weight is going to be too much for the floor, to make sure that it's going to be able to hold that weight. So what you're doing is you're standing under the foundation.
Bye, Dip. Have a nice day.
This is where we get the concept of the word understanding. In order to truly understand something, you need to stand under it and see what it's really based on before it all falls down on you and collapses. Again, I will ask the question, how important is it to know the truth about anything, especially about God? Because so many people in this country talk about worshiping God and having a relationship with the divine and have no concept of what the Bible actually teaches, of what the ancient Hebrews actually believed, what the ancient cultures taught. And consequently, what we have today is not we don't have a country of laws. We're told that Moses gave us the law. So many people are following the Mosaic law. We don't have a nation of laws. No one has understanding. Nobody's tested the rope. People just believe whatever it is they've been told. And it never occurred to anyone to think about, why is it that we can understand if someone's born in the middle of China that they wouldn't know about God, or they wouldn't know about our understanding. They wouldn't know about the New Testament. What about someone born in the wilds of Africa? They wouldn't understand our beliefs and our belief systems. Well, what makes you think that your belief system is any better than theirs? Again, their homework on what we believe and where these beliefs have come from. And they give you an example, and I've given this example here before. I think it's appropriate again. When we believe in our judicial system, all American law is collected in something called corpus juris secundum. Corpus juris secundum is a huge, voluminous set of American laws. And it's the bottom line on all of American law. Under the subheading in corpus juris secundum, under attorney and client, says this. An attorney has an obligation to the court and to the government, no less significant than his obligation to his clients. Thus, an attorney occupies the dual position, which imposes dual obligations. His first duty is to the court and to the government, and not to his client. And whenever the duties of his client conflict with those he owes as an officer of the court, the former must yield to the latter. So if you're in court and your attorney is doing something you don't like, it just don't matter. He's not working for you. He's an officer of the court. He works for the government. Now, under attorney and client, it goes on to say, a client is one who applies to an attorney or a lawyer for counsel or advice in a direction in a question of law. Therefore, if you hire an attorney, you are known as a client by law. It goes on to say that clients are called wards of the court in regard to their relationship with their attorneys. So if you hire an attorney, you're a client. And if you're a client, you are referred to by law as a ward of the court, end quote. Black's Law Dictionary, under the heading of wards of the court, says a ward of the court is an infant or a person of unsound mind. So if you hire an attorney by law, you're an idiot. That's what the law says. Why? Because if you had any brains, which you don't, but if you did, you wouldn't even be in court. You wouldn't even have to go to court. Why do you have to go to court? You play tennis on a court. You play basketball on a court. Why do you play tennis? What do you play tennis on a court with? You play with a racket. The reason why is because everything is a racket. The whole thing is a racket. You think it's by chance that these words and terms are used? You better go back and do your homework. The people who run this country use terms and words and symbols and emblems.
Yep.
And they are telling you something all the time and you don't see it. Let me conclude this little beginning of this subject which I wish to deal with tonight, which is the root of all religions. But there was an interesting quote in the book called The New Totalitarians by Roland Humphrey. And in the book, The New Totalitarians, is a quote by Julian Huxley in the book called 1984. In the book 1984, Julian Huxley in England wrote the forewords to 1984. And in the forewords, Julian Huxley said this, quote, as political and economic freedom diminishes, sexual freedom tends compensatingly to increase. And the dictator, unless he needs cannon fodder or families with which to colonize empty or conquered territories, will do well to encourage that freedom, in conjunction with the freedom to daydream under the influence of narcotics, the movies, the radio. It will help to reconcile his subjects to the servitude which is now their fate. So what he's saying is that as your political and social and economic freedoms are diminishing, they're giving you plenty of sex, drugs, and rock and roll and entertainment to keep you occupied as they're planning your demise. Because the people of this country are hated by the most powerful bankers in the world. And America is the most hated country in the world because the men who founded this country went against the most powerful banking families in the world to establish this country, and basically said to the Queen of England, you come over here, we'll whip your ass. And they did. The Americans, there was only a 2% of the male population in this country stood up against the British fleet and sent the British back home with their tails between their legs bleeding. You got to understand, young people will understand this. If you beat somebody up in the mob or in a gang war and you beat somebody up, you look like a big important guy. But it ain't over yet. They're coming back. You've just opened up a can of worms. Consequently, when the men that founded this country defeated the British in battle, they opened up a war against the most powerful banking families in the world. And it's not over yet. They're coming back. And they're going to do a number on this country to teach America, don't you ever again talk about being free. America being the land of the free and the home of the brave. We're not free or brave. We're slaves in our own country. One of the most important reasons why we are slaves is because we're ignorant. Thomas Jefferson said, no country and no people can remain free and ignorant at the same time. Nobody's going to be free or ignorant. You can either be ignorant and stupid or you can be free. You can't be both. Which brings me to my subject, the root of all religions. I find it to be amazing that so many people in this country give lip service to God. They talk about God. They talk about the presence of the Almighty and have no concept in the world where the word God comes from. Have no concept in the world where the theological ideas and concepts have come from in the Western civilization. God is simply the word dog spelled backwards. This is why our churches have dogma. You need to understand that God, the root word for God coming out of Europe, is Goth in German, G-O-T-H, which gives us Gothic cathedrals, Gothic architecture. That's German for God. In Scandinavia, the word is not Goth, it's gut, G-U-T. So when you say, I got a gut feeling, it's like God's telling me something. Its gut is Scandinavian for God. You go back to the word God, as I said, God is dog spelled backwards. Why? Because in the ancient Egyptian religion, the most powerful divine being in all of Egypt was Osiris. And Osiris said that the gods who came from the star system of Osiris, or the star system of Sirius, came to this earth. This was the teachings of the ancient Egyptians, that the gods, aliens if you please, came from another world called Sirius, and they came here and set up a divine arrangement in Egypt. And this is where we get the word sir. Yes, sir, comes from Sirius, Osiris.
Sir, sir, Sirius.
Today we know that Sirius is called the dog star. So when you begin to look at the movies, television, and research these subjects for many years, you begin to see how words and terms and symbols are being used to manipulate our thinking. And again, I ask, how important is it really to know the truth? In Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, he is in his classroom at the beginning of the movie. And he is saying to his class that if you are looking for the truth, you are in the wrong room. That's down the hall and to the left. That's religion philosophy department. He said, I am an archaeologist. I'm looking for facts, not truth. Because what's true to one person may not be true to another. So only if truth is founded on facts can you begin to build a life. And again, if you're hanging by the belief in something which is untrue, somewhere along the line is going to bring you trouble. So when you understand that there is an ancient lineage of theology and religion that connects to government, because in the ancient world, kings and rulers will always occupy two different positions at the same time. Ancient kings were always, of course, the head of the kingdom, but they also were the communication with the gods. So consequently, whatever the king did, he had a divine right because he was in with the gods. We still have such things today. We still have such people today who think that they have a God-given right to rule over the human family. Somewhere along the line, I believe there's going to come a time when the divine presence in the universe that we call God is going to show itself. And when it does, it's not going to be like anything you've ever anticipated. It is my belief that we have not even come to know God. We have not even come near to understanding the implications of what is in the Bible. Let me say at this point that I am not an atheist. I'm not even a humanist, though I respect both groups. The thing I respected about Steve Allen was a good friend of mine. We did a lot of projects together, television and radio together. But when we were speaking before audiences, Steve Allen is was a humanist. And of course, his stature was far better than mine before an audience. But I always appreciated Steve Allen when he would say to the audience that Jordan and I have different views on some subjects. But just because I have a different view with him does not mean he's wrong and I'm right. That's not what it means at all. It just means we have a different view. And that perhaps I'm wrong and maybe he's right. That struck me as being a very big man to be able to say that, because in point of fact, that's true. I don't think anyone has the whole truth on anything. And I think that we learn every day from people, and the Bible says we learn it from children. Even a child would lead us. Children will tell you some of the most off-the-wall things about you that are right on target. And they're not playing. They mean what they're saying. So many people today in this country go to church and have no idea in the world where the word church comes from. The word church is an English word that is based on a Scottish word, Kirk. This is why in Star Trek you have Captain Kirk, the good ship Enterprise. Enterprise, Kirk, church. This is why so many churches are divided into denominations like 10s and 20s, 50s. These words, they mean something. Kirk is Scottish for the English word church. But Kirk goes back to a Roman word, Circe, C-E-R-E-S, Circe. Circe was the name of a Roman goddess. She was called Mother Circe. Mother Circe could be traced back to a more ancient goddess in the Greek mythologies named Circe. Mother Circe in Greece became Mother Circe, in Rome became Mother Kirk, in Scottish became Mother Church, in English. Mother Circe in Greek, go back and do some reading on Greek mythology, you will find that Circe, Mother Circe, was able to hypnotize people and bring them into her home and hypnotize them and turn them into pigs and animals and then eat them. She would live off of them. This is precisely what Mother Church was designed to do some 1600 years ago by Constantine, Emperor of Rome. In the city of Nicaea, France, Emperor Constantine called together all of the magic practicing priests of the Roman Empire because the empire was in trouble, like America is today. America's falling apart. America's in decline. America is collapsing. And I am of the opinion that America is collapsing because it's God's will that this nation collapse. Because it has accepted lies and deception and promoted all the teachings that are just not true. Somewhere along the line, that divine one in heaven couldn't possibly care less about what we think or how we view anything. It has its own agenda. As one minister I had respect for many years ago said, if God's going to do something, you can't stop it. If he's not going to do it, you can't make it. Since you can't influence anything, you ought to just shut up and sit down. And that's exactly what the scripture says. Be still and quiet and know that I am God. The idea being is that we don't have control over anything. The President of the United States has no control over anything. Governments have no control. But as long as they can make you think they're in control, then you will do their bidding. The most important thing you need to understand about your life is that God gave you your life to be free. not to crawl on your knees to any government, not to bend your knee to any man or any group of men, no church, no religion, no synagogue. You need to do your homework and find out where all this stuff really comes from. Moses was the leader of the moon cult. How many Jews know that? That Moses was the leader of a moon cult? The children of Israel worshiped the moon at the time of Moses. Moon cult, the lunar god. This is why all celebrations in the holidays in Judaism are celebrated after sundown.
Okay, that was wrong.
Do you know why all the celebrations in Judaism are celebrated after sundown? It's because they were worshiping the moon, and that's when the moon comes out, is after sundown. When you begin to see how the stories of Moses giving us the law, the 10 Commandments, go back and read the 10 Commandments. You'll find out, first of all, there's two different renditions of the 10 Commandments in Genesis. One says one thing, one says the other. But the 10 Commandments of Moses is based on an Egyptian story called the 12 Negative Confessions. The 12 Negative Confessions were borrowed from the Law of Hammurabi. And the Law of Hammurabi goes back to the most ancient laws this world has ever known, the Assyrian Hammurabi king. So there's a lot going on here. I said to some of the young people a while back before I started this, that Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, what are you talking about, a Last Crusade? I never met Steven Spielberg personally, but I am convinced that Steven is many things, but stupid isn't one of them. He doesn't make movies that are based on absolute total fiction. This guy is around in the company of brilliant people. Hollywood is turning out some impressive material. You need to do your homework and look at these stories that are coming out in the what we would refer to, and I'll get back to Steven Spielberg. I have a reason
for bringing
that up. In what we would call the white man system, which is a Druidic, Northern European religio-political economic system. For 1,000 years before the Roman Empire, Western Europe, Scandinavia, Britain, was what we might call the white establishment on the earth. And one of the most important priesthoods in that ancient establishment were the Druids. And the Druids had a very important symbol that they used that we still have today. It was a magic wand. Many of the Druid priests used magic wands, like Merlin the magician with his magic wand. Magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It's made out of Hollywood. And they're still working their magic on us in Hollywood today. This is where the word comes from. So I am of the opinion that unless and until we are prepared to look at the actual factual foundations of where our belief systems have come from, we're never going to be able to honor the God that we give lip service to. I am so totally convinced in my own mind that there is a divine presence in the universe that men have called God. I have no problem with that idea at all. I'm totally convinced that this is an absolute fact, that there is some sort of a divine, quote, matrix, end quote.
Listen, Sterling Bruno.
Produced a television show called Matrix back in 1989. Nobody ever gave me anything for the new movie. But going back to the fact that I believe that there is a God, I believe that there is a divine presence in the universe. But I'm also well aware that that presence has been misrepresented for many reasons, usually for ignorance alone. And this is why I wanted to talk a little bit this evening about the religion that we hold holy and where it came from. Keep in mind that all of the religious teachings of the Western world and our Western civilization, all of the religious concepts and ideas that we hold dear have developed in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Western world, we have no religious concepts of belief that originated in the Southern Hemisphere. They all started in the Northern Hemisphere. That's important. As far back as we can go into ancient history, and I've spent 43 years looking at ancient history with a particular eye to theology and politics. As far back as, well, the point being is that the more we change, the more we stay the same. We're still believing the same things and teaching the same things that were taught some 6,000 years ago. We just don't know it. It's like Hollywood bringing out a movie that was been made 6 times, and everybody thinks it's so great, except the old guys have seen the same show has been done 5 times. It's the new guys, the kids, they think it's great. Well, the same thing is true with our belief systems and the things that we hold dear. There's nothing new under the sun. I hope that I can show you some of that tonight. Put yourself back some 6,000 years ago, when we don't have indoor plumbing, we don't have heat, mankind living on the great deserts of the world, from the Serengeti in Africa to the Fertile Crescent in Iraq and Iran. 6,000 years ago, the ancient world, and probably far further than that, but let's just go back 6,000 years. The world was a very hostile place to live in for humans. It got very cold at night. And the animals, the predator animals, came out at night looking to get something to eat, something that was warm-blooded. So the idea is that if you didn't protect yourself when the sun was up, when the sun goes down, it's going to get cold. And you better have something to protect yourself. So the very first, in the researching of theology and religion of the ancient world, it becomes obvious that the first most ancient belief system in the world was that the greatest enemy that this human family, that we
He's not Jewish,
have ever faced on this earth, the greatest enemy that we have ever faced, the ancient people said, was darkness. It gets cold and scary at night on the desert 6,000 years ago. So darkness was the first great enemy of the human family. Consequently, the sun was the greatest gift that the Creator could possibly give the people of the earth, was the sun. The sun, of course, was the giver of life. And so many people have said that the ancient peoples were sun worshippers. In point of fact, that's not true. There's never been a people in the world that were sun worshippers. That's a mistranslation. In point of fact, the sun has been used as a symbol of mankind's concept of deity. The ideas that we hold about God, the sun symbolically represents. And the sun is not ours, of course. It doesn't belong to Africa. It doesn't belong to China. It doesn't belong to us. It belongs to God. So it was God's sun. And he was the light of the world. And so the sun is the light of the world. And if you go out at night and you look up stars, what are you looking into? You're looking into the sky. That's another word for the sky. You're looking into heaven. That's right. So where is God's sun? Well, he's up there in heaven. Yeah, that's where he is, up there in heaven. Where else would the sun be if it isn't in heaven? He's the light of the world. Well, of course, what else lights the world if it isn't the sun? He is referred to in the ancient Egyptian religion. The sun was referred to as our risen Savior, who because in the morning the sun would rise, and the Egyptians felt that the sun was their savior. And in point of fact, the sun is your savior. You don't think so? Wait till it don't come up. The sun keeps us alive. So it was our risen savior. The Egyptians and the ancient peoples of the world realized that the sun was giving off energy. And energy is translated into plants. We take in the energy for life. So energy is life. Without energy, we're dead. So consequently, we're like a battery. Without the energy, we're just dead. So without the energy from the sun, feeding the plants and animals of which we eat to get energy, the idea was developed in Egypt that God's Son, the light of the world, who is our risen Savior, is giving us energy to live. So he is sharing his life. He's giving his life that you might live. So consequently, the sun, if it didn't give us life, we would be dead. So God's Son is giving his life so that you might live. As I said, he was called the risen Savior. The name of the sun had different names, different times in history of the Egyptian Empire. When the sun came up in the morning, he was known as the newborn sun. His name was Horus, Horus. And Horus was our risen Savior. He was the risen one, Horus. Today, we still say that the sun comes up on the Horus rising. This is where we get the word horizon. It's Horus rising. So God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. That's right. There's only one Son. And without it, we're dead. And it gives us everlasting life. The Egyptians said that when the sun came up, everything was peaceful. Man was in control again. But when it went down, we're not in control. The animals are. It's cold and it's scary out there in the dark. So God's Son was called the Prince of Peace in the daytime. Incidentally, when the sun came up in the morning, it's called Horus. It walked across the sky, the Egyptians said, in 12 steps. This is where alcoholics get the 12-step program. This is where kids get the 12-step program. You start the first grade, you end at the 12th. It's a 12-step program. So consequently, the 12-step program goes back to Horus, because Horus walked across the sky in 12 steps. In the morning, he was Horus of the first step. Later, he was Horus of the second step, and he walked across the sky in 12 steps. Today, we take the word Horus, 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 and we turn it around and make it Hours, 12 hours. 12 hours is simply turning the U and the R around in Horus. The 12 hours of the 12 Horuses. The sun walks across the sky in 12 steps. The sun brought light into the world. Consequently, in Latin, the word light is Lucius. This is where we get Luke Skywalker, who does battle with Darth Vader. Wake up, get a life, and understand Hollywood symbolism. Darth Vader is Prince of Darkness. But in Egypt, the Prince of Darkness was called Set. They noticed that he came out to rule the world at sunset. So Luke Skywalker is merely the sun, Lucius, Lucius. The evil that ruled over the night was, I said, ruled over by the Prince of Darkness. So you take evil and put a D in front of it, and it becomes devil. Devil is simply the word evil with a D in front of it. The root word for God goes back to, as I said, the German word, which gives us our word good. So you take one of the O's out of good, and it becomes God. God is good. The devil is evil. church doctrine. So consequently, the bottom line at the very beginning of the world was a war between light and darkness. The basis for all religion on the face of the earth is quite simply the war between daylight and dark. Now, follow me. This is why cop cars are black and whites. The black of the night, the white of the day. Understand that the most ancient concept in the world of God was the battle between light and darkness. The sun is able to say of itself that I am the light and the truth. I am the truth and the light, and no man comes to the Father unless he comes through me. If you go back to the old Hebrew reference works, you will begin to see that when the Bible talks about, and let me stop here and add this in first. That when I talk about Jesus in the New Testament, from as far as I can understand, and I've only been looking at this for 43 years, that Jesus is a metaphor. Jesus is a metaphor, a symbolic metaphor. It's symbolizing something when you talk about Jesus. One of the names in the ancient Greek for Horus was Iosus. Greek, Horus was Iosus. I-E-S-U-S. You can interchange I's and J's. So you can interchange Iosus with Jeusus or J-E-S-U-S, Jesus. Jesus, according to the reference works for thousands of years, is the Son. This is why we worship Christ or Jesus on Sunday. The Prince of Darkness, as I said, his name was Seth. So God's Son walked across the sky in 12 steps, and he left the world. And when he left the world in the hands of the Prince of Darkness. But he said he would come again. And he does every morning about 5:45, 5:30. And we're told that when he left, that those who saw when he left were told that just as you have seen him leave on a cloud, he will come back on a cloud. And that's true. Check it out every night and see if there isn't a cloud out there when the sun leaves. And most likely there'll be a cloud in the sky when he comes back. So when you understand that the stories in the Bible, in the New Testament, the entire New Testament is a metaphor. The entire New Testament is trying desperately to tell you something. It is a metaphor. A metaphor, let me give you an example of a metaphor. A metaphor is like Aesop's Fables. Aesop's Fables is a children's book that you read these little stories to the children, and they teach a child certain principles and concepts and ideas that you couldn't ordinarily teach them, but teach them as an example and a little story, and then they get it. Because after all, there's only two kinds of people in the world, those who get it and those who don't. And most people don't get it. And so we have a story in Aesop's Fable of a race between the tortoise and the hare. You will probably remember that as a kid.
Yeah, I love that story.
Where the tortoise is going to race the rabbit. And the rabbit is obviously so fast that he takes off and he gets right up to the finish line within a few moments. And is so proud of how fast he is, he just sits down to take a nap and wait till this other turkey catches up. Right? And the tortoise is just plugging along. And so he plugs along until he gets caught up with the rabbit, and then he crosses the goal line quietly. And then the rabbit wakes up to discover that he's lost the race. Why? Because you were arrogant. You were smart aleck and arrogant and thought you had it all made. And the tortoise won the race. So this is a story you tell the child, which teaches a child that just because you're good-looking, handsome, wealthy, intelligent, come from a good family, that doesn't mean you're going to win the race. Usually the poor working class guy who has a family, who has raises his children, saves his money, buys a home. Eventually, one day, he has a beautiful family, a lovely home, and a nice life. And the Elvis Presleys and the big movie stars are dead on drugs or shot themselves or something. But just because you are fast and clever and good, that doesn't mean you're going to win the race. So that teaches a child a concept. Well, this is what the New Testament is trying to teach you something. But the people who are presenting this New Testament to us are now arguing about what kind of a tortoise was it. Was it a desert tortoise or an ocean-going tortoise? Or what kind of a rabbit was it? Where did this take place? And where exactly was the goal line? And how fast was the rabbit actually able to run? And so they're sitting down with all of this discussion back and forth and have missed the point. The point is, the story, the Bible is the greatest story ever told. It's just a story. Come on, my God, wake up. It's just a story. But the story is so profound in its implications. When you understand, it's a metaphor. It's trying to tell you something. And it has the teacher saying, it has Jesus saying, many will look with their eyes, but not see. And listen with their ears, but not hear. And with their heart, not get the sense of it. We're not talking about an actual man who lived. We're not talking about an actual God who lived. We're not talking about, and there was no Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There was no King Solomon or King David. They never existed. I used to talk with a rabbi who was the president of the American Rabbinical Association back in the mid-60s. He lived in Newton, Massachusetts, and he was the president of all American rabbis. And he and I used to sit for hours and talk. And I asked him once, Rabbi, tell me the truth. You're not talking to a fool now, you're talking to me. Tell me the truth. Was there a King Solomon and a King David? Was there an Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? And he says, look, the Catholics have a religion. The Buddhists have got their thing. The Hindus have got their religion. The Jews have got their thing. You know, it's just a religion. It's just a story. And so he explained to me, and I said, it was interesting. I said, well, then, are you saying that these stories are fictitious? He said, of course they're fictitious. It's a story. And then he explained to me that in the Hindu religion, we have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the triune God, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. In Egypt, we have Osiris, Isis, Horus. In Christianity, we have the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. So in Judaism, we have to have Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the triune God. Incidentally, Abraham was not called Abraham in the Bible. He was called Abram. Did you know that? Because most people don't. Abram was from the land of Chaldea. Did you know that? Abram was from the land of Chaldea. Do you know where Chaldea was? Chaldea is what we call today Iraq. So the great and holiest of all holy men to the world Jewish religion is Abraham, who really wasn't Abraham at all. It was actually Abram, and he was Iraqi. That's the history. And then when you find out Abram, A-B-R-A-M, as the rabbi, and as rabbi, I was going to give his name, as the rabbi said to me, Abraham's first name was actually Abram, A-B-R-A-M, because in the ancient Hebrew, A-B, Ab, is father. And Ram, R-A-M, is Aries, the ram. The constellation of the ram is Aries, the ram. This is why when Moses comes down from the mountain with the 10 Commandments, and he sees the children of Israel worshiping the golden calf, and he throws the law down and breaks the tablets, he was the first law. He broke the law. And consequently, he saw the children of Israel worshiping a golden calf. Why? Go back and look at the story, and you begin to see that the golden calf was actually the sun in the age of Taurus, Taurus the bull. Taurus the bull was the golden calf. This is why in England they even have a university called Oxford. It goes back to the worship of the golden calf, Oxford. We'll go on with all of that later, but again, Jesus represents a metaphor. The word Jesus is a metaphor, a symbolic term for spiritual and intellectual enlightenment. Let me go back over that again for you. This is a very important point. Jesus, not a man, but Jesus is a metaphor as a symbolic metaphor for spiritual and intellectual enlightenment, as opposed to ignorance. So consequently, everything that the Bible has Jesus saying and doing is what intellectual, spiritual enlightenment would do and say in any given circumstances. Consequently, we're told that Jesus was arrested, and they brought him into the temple and at nighttime and tried him and found him guilty of sedition. And you go back and look at that story. First of all, if you're sound asleep and you've been very, very tired and you're right in the middle of a very sound sleep, and someone slips into your bedroom and turns on a 600-watt bulb right next to you.
They found many giants. Sterling. There are many giants on this fucking planet. Goliath is not the only giant. There are giants already out there.
It's too bright and it hurts your eyes. Symbolically, that's what we're talking about in the Bible. When somebody who is spiritually enlightened, brilliant, so to speak, someone who is spiritually alive with intellectual and spiritual enlightenment, and he's trying to enlighten you, and you're listening to that one as he speaks, what you're doing is you are judging the spiritual and intellectual enlightenment to see what you decide about it, whether you think it's true or not. So what you're doing is you are judging spiritual and intellectual enlightenment. Where? Up here in the temple. That's the part of your brain. In the temple, you are trying the light of God's word, intellectual, spiritual enlightenment in the temple. Consequently, when you decide after hearing someone who is trying to enlighten you spiritually, you decide that this guy is. You've heard enough of this. What you have just done is you now have put to death. You have condemned him to death, to die. You have condemned spiritual and intellectual enlightenment to die. Where? Well, where was it said that Jesus died? In Golgotha, skull place, the place of the skull. You put intellectual, spiritual enlightenment on trial in the temple. And when you decide you don't want to hear any more spiritual enlightenment or intelligence, then you decide to condemn that spiritual enlightenment to death. Where? In Golgotha, skull place, in your head. So the whole story of the New Testament is the war between spiritual and intellectual intelligence, as opposed to a world of darkness, ignorance, ill-informed ignorance. And of course, spiritual and intellectual enlightenment always dies between two thieves: regret for the past and fear of the future. It's always killed everything. Consequently, we're told that God's Son dies with a crown of thorns. Crown of thorns, yes.
Oh, I wish I could say it.
Statue of Liberty has a crown of thorns.
Okay.
A crown of thorns is nothing more than the sun rays. As the sun dies, you will see each evening the crown of thorns. This is why the Statue of Liberty has a crown of thorns. Statue of Liberty, the concept is liberty and freedom is based on spiritual and intellectual enlightenment. You're not going to be free if you're stupid. So consequently, the Statue of Liberty represents spiritual and intellectual enlightenment. But there's a whole story behind that I can go into another time. But the point being is that this crown of thorns are the light rays. We're told that 13 is an unlucky number. Why? Because it's based on Jesus and his chosen 12. Jesus and his chosen 12 make 13. This is why you have 12 jurors, because the 12 jurors in the court supposedly are there to bring the truth to light with the light of truth. So you have 12 jurors, like you have 12 apostles, 12 brothers of Joseph, the 12 tribes of Israel. Look in the Bible and see how many times you see 12. Because actually, the number 12 is based on the reason why Jesus had 12 apostles. It's the same reason why there were 12 tribes in Israel. The 12 always represented the 12 houses of the zodiac. Both the Old and New Testament is nothing more than astrology or astrotheology. This is why the Bible has Jesus saying the prayer that we are to pray to God, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Let thy kingdom come and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You begin to look up the word kingdom, and it is a root word for zodiac. So what the master teacher, the enlightened one, was telling us is that let thy kingdom, the zodiological, astrological complication of the heavens, is the kingdom of God. And those 12 constellations direct the affairs of mankind on the earth. And for thousands of years before even the Roman Empire, the ancients traveled the seas of the world by the study of the stars. They navigated around the earth because they could look at the stars and travel around the world, navigating by the stars. So what I'm saying is that you need to understand that the stars also influence you in your life. Most people have no concept of this. And this is why America's in trouble. We have a nation filled with people who are called Christians who do not understand anything about Christianity, the church, or where anything comes from. Think about the logic of what I'm going to tell you. That this is a country that is primarily in the hands of Christian people who pray to God every day for protection and to protect their family and for a good life and for peace and hope, etc. And the more Christians pray, the worse the world gets. The more violence, the more bloodshed, the more heinous acts of treason, and it's building and building and building. And the more we pray, the worse it gets. Logic alone should tell you you're doing something wrong. If it's not working, it's because we have offended that divine presence in the universe who put those 12 zodiological symbols in the heaven. And in the book of Job 38, 31, and 32, 33, look it up, Job 38, 31, 32, and 33, where God says to Job, where were you when I created the blessed Pleiades? When I created Orion, the belt of Orion? Where were you when I created Mazzaroth? Look up the word Mazzaroth. It will tell you. It's a Phoenician Canaanite word called Hebrew. It's a Hebrew Phoenician Canaanite word. Mazzaroth means zodiac. The Bible has God saying to Job, where were you when I created the zodiac? I put my signs in the heavens and you don't look. Many will look with their eyes, but you don't see. You're listening with your ears, but you're not hearing. And with the heart, you're not getting a sense of it. And so consequently, since we are offending the divine presence in the universe by calling down evil upon something that God has created, the divine presence in the universe is very fearful. It doesn't care if you're right or what you think or how you believe. Either you're right or you're wrong. And consequently, when we begin to understand that we have been led into condemning something that God has created, we are in serious trouble in this country because we don't have leaders. We have misleaders. We have people who make tons of money on Christian television with their little homosexual hairdos and their diamond rings and all of their wristwatches, dancing around singing praises to the Lord, and never realize the very word Lord, Lord, comes from Lard, Lord. And why is Lard, Lord? Is grease. Grease is oil. Oil is Christos. And in the Greek language, Christos is where Pillsbury gets a cooking oil called Crisco. Crisco is Christo, and Christo is Christ. Oil, when it congeals, is called Lord, Lard. Wake up and get a life. This is an incredible world of deception, lies, misrepresentations. And as far as I'm concerned, until such time as we are able to, for the first time, actually understand what the Bible is telling us and where we're going, why do you think they have something in the Bible called the book of Revelation? Revelation is nothing more than the zodiac. I could go on for hours showing you. I was not able to bring a projector here so that I could show you the scriptures, the symbols, and the emblems. But remember that the entire New Testament is a metaphor, an astrological metaphor for the outworking of God's plan on the earth. And we, as Christians and Jews, have been taught that this is something evil.
Hey, Matt.
Why?
Hey,
Why
Mike.
does the church say that astrology is evil? Obviously, because they don't want you to know what they know. They're not stupid. They have been guided by the astrological symbols in the churches for 1,000 years. Why do you think Jesus fed his followers with 2 fish? The 2 fish are Pisces. Why do you think the Pope wears the mitre? It's the symbol of the fish. The 2 fish are the 2 fish of Pisces. Let me go back and explain this to you. On the first day of summer, as I said, all of the religious teachings in our Western world come from the Northern Hemisphere, all right? If you go to the very first day of summer, directly overhead in our Northern Hemisphere, the first day of summer is the constellation that begins summer is called Leo. So consequently, the sun is called the Lion King. Disney makes movies about the Lion King, and Christians go to see the movie The Lion King and haven't got the faintest idea in the world what they're looking at. Disney also is many things, but stupid is not one of them. So the Lion King is the sun in the constellation of Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah. But consequently, 3 months later, he enters into something called autumn or the fall. Why? Because he was standing straight and now he's falling. So the first day of fall, he is halfway on his way to the southern hemisphere. Now understand, each day from the first day of summer, the Lion King It moves 1 degree southward every day, 1 small degree southward every day until it hits the 3 months to 90 days. It hits the 90th degree. It is now passing over the equator and is heading south. 3 months later, 90 degrees more, and it finally ends up in the lowest part of the southern sky. For 3 days, once it reaches the lowest part, it's called the winter solstice. That's on December 22nd. The sun going southward reaches the lowest point in the southern sky on December 22nd. And the next day, December 23rd, it rises on that same degree. The following day on the 24th, rises on the same degree. So it hasn't gone any further south and it hasn't started back north either. So for 3 days, the sun is dead in his tomb. On December 25th, each year, the sun moves 1 degree northward, which means it's now moving again. So therefore, it is born again. And we now are able to celebrate God's son's birthday on December 25th. It is born again. Why? It is now beginning its annual journey back to the northern hemisphere. And as it gets to that halfway point again, and this is important, as it gets to that halfway point again, we call it spring, because he was dead in winter. He was a lion king in summer. He's now fallen. Now he's completely dead in winter. Everything's dead in winter in the northern hemisphere. Now he's coming back, so he's springing back to life. And in the first week of spring, he crosses over the equator again, coming back to the northern hemisphere. So in the ancient world, they celebrated first week of spring. And when in the ancient world, when you died, like the sun did in December, when you died in the ancient world, people would say, grandmother passed last night. We still say the same thing today. Grandfather passed on last night. Grandmother passed away, or they passed. The word passed always meant death. They have died. They passed last night. And so consequently, the Egyptians said that when you died, you passed over from the east of the Nile to the west of the Nile. You have passed over to the next world. So consequently, the sun, which was the lion king of the tribe of Judah, he was really hot. And then in the fall, he's now falling. And now he dies in Capricorn. He dies in the winter. Then on December 25th, he moves 1 degree northward, so we celebrate that he's come back to life. He is now moving back into the northern hemisphere. He crosses the equator.
You're talking about the sun.
And the ancient peoples, 1,000 years before Hebrews ever existed, celebrated the first week of spring, and they called it the Passover. Okay? The Passover is the sun passing over the equator on its way back to the northern hemisphere. And once it reaches the northern hemisphere, the Passover is in the constellation in the ancient zodiac of Virgo. So he is born of a virgin. Wake up, get a life. This is why Christians are called believers, because they believe. They don't know anything. They believe. And I am saying that if there is a God, which I am totally convinced there is, then we had better wake up and start showing respect for the divine heavens and the story that is written in the divine heavens, because there are some serious problems coming down on this earth, and it's been foretold thousands of years ago by people who knew how to read the symbols. And consequently, when the first day of the first week of spring was called the Passover, because the sun, which was dead in winter, is now passing over into a new life in spring. But of course, Christians could not have anything to do with the Passover, because obviously that's Jewish, and we wouldn't want anything to do with that. So consequently, we say that God's Son is resurrected. Doesn't matter if you call it resurrected or passed over or coming back to life, it's still the sun is passing over. It's resurrected. It's coming back. And consequently, as I said, first week in spring, according to the ancient Egyptian calendar, was in Virgo. So God's son is born of a virgin. So Christians go out on the first week of spring, and they have something called an Easter sunrise service. Sunrise service? Well, of course, God's son is risen. It's sun worship. Wake up. It's sun worship. It's the obvious happiness that the human family has in the northern hemisphere that God's son is coming back. And so in the first week of spring is the Passover, and Christians go out early in the morning to greet the newborn son on Easter, which is Esther or Ishtar. It has to do with sun worship. It has to do with the most ancient story the world has ever known. This is why the Bible is called the greatest story ever told. The Son of God represents spiritual and intellectual enlightenment, the light of the world. When the sun comes up in the morning, it's the newborn sun. At 12 noon, it became known as the Most High. He is the Most High. Why? Because it don't get much higher than noon. It's called high noon.
It's so fucked up. It's so cool though. It's the rotation of the planet, you know? The sun.
The triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The triune, the Trinity, is nothing more than the sun and the three phases in man's life. But it's only one sun, but it's three divine persons. So they say, well, it's a mystery. Nothing's a mystery. Television's a mystery to a Ugandan. If you're out in the middle of Africa, it's not a mystery if you've got an education and can read and think a little bit. Nothing's a mystery.
Yep, I agree.
The real mystery is how it is that we don't know these things when it's been written for thousands of years. I have said over and over that there's nothing holy in Salt Lake City, in Rome, in Mecca, and especially there's nothing holy in Jerusalem. The only thing that's holy in Jerusalem are the stories. They're full of holes. And once you begin to see where these stories have come from, how they have developed, you begin to see that we have been misled. We're being misled every day by our government, by our courts, by men who call themselves the authorities. In my life, I have no authority but the God who created me. And I will not bend my knee to no man, to no government, at no time, under no conditions, ever, period. Because I am well aware that there is a divine presence in the universe that men have called God. It has written its agenda in the heavens. And for thousands of years, mankind has known that, respected that. Now let me show you something. On the sun.
That sucks. That sucks, can't see it. Oh, 360.
360 dots around a circle, or 360 degrees.
Yeah.
And then you take the first degree, which is our circle, and you go straight across, and now you divide the circle. Now take like 90 degrees over here, and go straight across, and divide it again. Oh, thank you, man. This one can't really clear it. Okay. So now you have divided the circle 4 ways. This is why you have 4 Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Okay?
Isn't that crazy?
The 4 Gospels are the 4 seasons. And consequently, when you drive by a church, look on the churches, you will always see a cross and a circle. A circle on the cross. All churches have them. Why? Because the cross is the cross of the zodiac: north, south, east, and west. The sun dies on the cross.
Yeah.
The sun
Dies on the cross.
of the zodiac.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that cool?
This is why if you go to any church in this country, you will see on the cross a circle. The circle is the sun, God's Son, the light of the world. He is our Savior. Of course the Son's your Savior. As I said, if it don't come up, we're dead. So consequently,
it's funny how
you need to appreciate that for thousands of years, whoever created our universe, whoever this one is that we call God, whoever this divine presence is that we refer to as the Almighty, has outlined for us our destiny. And it's written in the stars.
Yep, there you go, Mike.
And
Written in the
consequently, we
stars.
have been lied to and deceived into thinking that something is evil. And this is why in the book of Acts, when the Apostle Peter is told by an angel to go into Macedonia, he is told to go over to Greece and bring this information, this knowledge to the Greek peoples. And Peter says to the angel in the book of Acts, I don't even eat with those people. We're Jews. We don't have anything to do with those Greeks. And it's interesting. The angel said, you stop calling down evil upon something God has cleansed. We didn't ask you to go. We told you to go. I would respectfully suggest this exactly the way we ought to view this. That we should stop calling down evil upon something God created. We should stop calling down evil upon something which the Almighty God has put into the heavens as a story for us to understand where we are going and what's going to come on the inhabited earth. Because I'm telling you that there are some very serious things beginning to come into focus, and things are going to start happening very soon. And if you understood astrotheology and understood the symbols in the zodiac, you would begin to see what's coming. Why did Judas go out and kiss Jesus? Do you recall that in the Bible? Jesus went out, when Jesus was going to be arrested, Judas went out and kissed him. What are we talking about? A grown man going out and kissing another one? Why? The Christians will tell you that Judas went out and kissed Jesus to identify him. Logic alone, if you just use a little intelligence, would tell you that's absolutely outrageous. Nothing could be further from the truth. The little town in which Jesus would have been was not Chicago's South Side. You know, it's just a little Mickey Mouse little establishment out in the desert. And there's only 200 or 300 people living in that little village. And a man that supposedly is healing the sick and raising the dead so that even Caesar in Rome knows about him. You mean that somebody's got to tell me where he is and identify him? What are you kidding? Identify? There's only 600 people in the whole county, right? Everybody knows who he is. Everybody knows where he is. So what do you need somebody to go out and kiss him in public? Well, you see, that's another case of where Christians have misunderstood. It doesn't say in the scriptures that Judas went out to kiss Jesus to identify him. It says he went out to kiss Jesus to betray him, not identify. Why? Simple. According to all the Christian reference works, go to any good seminary library and get the Christian reference books and spend about 20 years, it'll finally dawn on you what's going on. Judas represents the first month of fall. The first month of fall because the Lion King was strong and hot, but he is now fallen. What made him fall into autumn? The first week of fall is the constellation of Scorpio. Scorpio is the backbiter. So consequently, in the ancient world, unlike scorpions here today in America, scorpions in the ancient world and in the Middle East have two stingers, one on top of the other. And when they sting you, the cut that they make on your skin looks just like human lips. So the ancient people said, when you got stung by a scorpion in the Middle East, you just got the kiss of death. You are going to die. And how do they know? Because the cut looks like two lips. You got the kiss of death. This is where the mafia and Corsica and Malta got the concept of the kiss of death. They kiss you when they're going to kill you. The symbol goes back to the scorpion. It's deadly, and they're going to kill you. You're going to die, and they kiss you goodbye. So consequently, Scorpio gave God's son the kiss of death, and now he's going to fall into winter and die. That's
the sun.
The story of Judas kissing Jesus. Judas represents Scorpio.
Oh my God.
In the first week of spring, when the sun comes back to the northern hemisphere, the Jews call it the Passover. Christians call it Easter. But in the ancient world of what today we refer to today as Israel and Lebanon, and that area today we call it Israel and Lebanon, thousands of years ago was called Canaan. You ever heard that name, the land of Canaan? Incidentally, Canaan in the Phoenician language means merchant banker. I don't know what that tells you. In the land of Canaan, and this is important, so try and follow this. The land of Canaan celebrated Easter, Passover, whatever you want to call it. But they didn't call it Easter or Passover. They called it the marriage feast. They call it the marriage feast of Cana. This was a celebration of spring. Why? The marriage feast of Cana was quite simply the marriage between God the Father and Mother Earth, Mother Nature. God the Father was going to impregnate Mother Earth, Mother Nature, with his sacred fluid, which brought life to the world. That fluid in the ancient Hindu was called rain, R-A-I-N. Rain in ancient Hindu religion was called the sacred fluid, which brought life into the world. And so consequently, the ancient Phoenician Canaanites, who we today call the ancient Israelites, celebrated something called the marriage feast of Cana. The marriage feast of Cana was quite simply the marriage between God the Father and Mother Nature, Mother Earth. And consequently, in order to have some sexual union between God the Father and impregnating Mother Nature, you had to have a wedding. So it was called the wedding feast of Cana. And the concept of the wedding feast of Cana was very simple. God's son was asked by Mother, his mother, Nature, Mother Earth, asked God's son to draw water. Well, that's what the sun does, it draws water. And so it can rain on the grapes, and you can smash the grapes and make wine. So God's son draws the water to change water into wine at the great marriage feast of Cana. The son draws the water, it rains on the grapes, they smash the grapes, and they make wine. God's son has changed water into wine. All of these concepts and ideas, as I said. We're told that Jesus said, in my Father's house are many mansions. Another mistranslation. That's not what it says in the original. When we hear that Jesus said, in my Father's house are many mansions, no. The heavens were, to the Phoenician Canaanites, the heavens were referred to as the temple of God. The heavens declare the temple of God. This is where God exists, is in the heavens. So consequently, in the New Testament, it is a mistranslation to say, in my Father's house are many mansions. That doesn't make any sense to anyone. Read correctly in the Greek, what Jesus was saying and what intellectual spiritual enlightenment was saying, in my Father's abode are many houses. Not in my Father's house are many mansions, but in my Father's abode are many houses. Yeah, like 12 houses of the zodiac. And on the Last Supper,
Oh my
Jesus
God.
at the Last Supper is, of course, the last Passover meal. Because every spring they would celebrate the coming of the sun in Virgo with a Passover meal because the sun has passed over. Well, the idea is that in the last Passover would be the last year and the particular sign, and the next year would begin a new sign. And as I said at the beginning, Moses comes down from the mountain. He sees the children of Israel worshiping the golden calf. The golden calf, again, was the sun in the age of Taurus. And Moses comes down to bring the new law, a new beginning, a whole new religion. Now this time, Moses is bringing the new religion, which is going to be the age of Aries, the ram. And so consequently, the Jews today still blow the shofar, or the ram's horn. They blow the shofar, which is celebrating the sun in the age of the ram. Their father, Abraham, the shofar. My Father's house are many mansions. No. Why do you have to get baptized? Well, you can, if you're going to be born again, you have to get baptized. Why? Because when you were born, you came out of your mother's water. Her water broke, and you came out to life. So if you're going to if you're going to be born again, then you have to go out into a lake, into Mother's water, Mother Nature, Mother Earth's water.
Yeah, sexual that is.
Submerged and come out, and now you're coming out of your mother's water, and you're going to be baptized.
Yeah, it's so sexual.
Again.
Christianity doesn't even know that it is sexual.
We're living in the last days, the end times. Yes, we're living in the last days and the end times. Of what? We're living in the last days of the age of Pisces. Pisces is a symbol of the two fish. This is why Jesus is called the great fisherman. The two fish. What's coming? What is the next age we're going into? Well, go to Luke in the Bible, in the New Testament, Luke 22:10. Luke 22:10, the apostles asked, his 12 followers asked Jesus, where are we to go now that you're leaving this world? Where are we to go? And he says in the book of Luke 22:10, go into the house, go into the city. You will see a man carrying a pitcher of water. Go into the house
Age of Aquarius.
Of the man with the water pitcher. The man with the water pitcher, the house of the man with the water pitcher. Is this the house of Aquarius? Because that's the symbol of Aquarius, is a man carrying a pitcher of water. Go to any good Christian Jewish reference work in the world, and all reference works will tell you that in the ancient world, no man ever carried water. Ever. That was unheard of in the ancient world. Men don't carry water. Women would go to the well. Women would get the water. Never would a man go to get water. It was unheard of. That was a woman's job. She goes to the well. Well, then why would Jesus say to his apostles, go into the city and you will see a man with a water pitcher? Go into the house of the man with the water pitcher. The story is an astrological story saying that the last Passover, the Last Supper, is in the age of Pisces, the two fish. And now we're going to go into the house of the man with the water pitcher, the next 2,000-year period coming, which is called the kingdom of God, that we're all praying for God's kingdom to come and his will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I have news for you. The kingdom is going to come like it is in heaven on earth, whether you like it or not. And whether you understand it or not, it just don't matter. It's coming anyway. The world events are fastly coming to a place where we're going to discover that we've been lied to and deceived by the religions and the governments of the world. And so I'm saying that I feel it is a time that we should now begin to reflect on what it is we believe, why we believe it, and remembering that the scripture says many will look with their eyes but not see, listen with their ears but not hear, and with the heart not get the sense of it. We are going into some very perilous times, and it's an idea whose time has come to wake up and do your homework. And I want to thank you for listening to me.
Isn't that interesting? It's all based on the rotation of the planet and the 12 zodiacs, you know? And yeah, we are in the age of the Aquarius right now, you know? We are in the age of Aquarius. That means that it's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of the new world, you know? It's the beginning of the new world. So we're getting rid of the old and we're bringing in the new, you know? That's basically it. It's like, I mean, Christianity got everything wrong. Everything. I mean, every fucking thing. You know? So yeah, everything is astrology. Everything is based on astrology. That's it. You know? It's like it's the rotation of our planet, of, you know, of each 12 zodiacs. And it's funny, the 12 zodiacs are where the gods come from, the aliens, the ETs. So each zodiac, each 12 zodiac is where the ETs, the extraterrestrials, are from. Those are I think those are like those are directions to the life out there. That's how I look at it. I look at the zodiacs as a direction to life. If you want to go to Palladian, I mean, you could see it. I mean, you can look at it. I got this one thing, you know. I got this thing called a sky guide. You know, I got a sky guide, and when you look at each zodiac, if you look at each zodiac, you know. So I'll show you. This is what I have. I have this, and you can tell each one, it leads to certain parts of the galaxy, you know? And each one of those parts of the galaxy, it has life in it. So yeah, it shows you how ignorant we are. You know, it shows you how ignorant we are, because the zodiacs is our guide to see those other lives out. The gods are the ET, the extraterrestrials, you know? The ones who believe, because there is no one God. Because I've been listening to Jordan a lot about there are many gods. So they gave the human beings choices of what gods they want to believe in. You know, so the gods hold them to their belief only to believe in them, the one God. You know, because there are multiple different gods out there, ETs. Because there are giants out there. There are people that were like way bigger than us, you know, 34, 40 feet, maybe, 50. I mean, there was up to 70 feet tall, human beings, and they were eating off human beings. Some of the giants ate human beings, and we call them gods. It's funny that, yeah, you believe in Goliath. but Goliath is not the only giant on this fucking planet, you know, because there's a lot of mud fossils out there that shows these giants, and there are giants, you know, they turn into stone. Yeah, the giants do turn into stone when they die, you know, and you can see the because I've been looking into mud fossils too on these mountains, and they're mega and they're big. These fucking giants are not. It's like it's funny, you know. Yeah, this world, you know, human beings began as giants, and then all of a sudden we shrunk down to now, and then we got dumber. You know, it's like that's funny. We went from 800 to 1,000 years and living, and we had all these fucking abilities. And then all of a sudden now we're shrunk down to 60 years, 60 to 100 years, and they took away all our abilities. And now look at us now. We became slaves, and then somehow we got manipulated in between. I think in between the I don't know, the waves, you know, because I believe there are multiple different waves of human beings on this fucking planet. It's not the future. That's why I always say the future always been here. The future always been here. You know, it's funny. We just been reverted back to the future. The atom bomb, the atomic bomb was never invented. You know, it was given to. We already knew about the atom bomb. The atom bombs actually reverted humanity back into the Stone Age. The atom bomb, the nuclear bomb that you guys see that you guys know, reverted humanity back into the Stone Age. We kind of like we were once futuristic. We were once environmentally friendly. You know, that's the sun, Bruno. That's the sun. You're talking to the planet sun, the sun. You never. I mean, everybody sees the sun every day, Bruno, you know? Everybody sees the sun every day. Everybody talks to the sun. Wrong. The sun is not a physical human being. The sun is not a physical human being, Bruno. It's a fucking planet. It's a burning planet. It's the sun itself. He's not the sun. He's telling you that the sun has many names. The sun has many names, and you can't just say it's just raw because humanity called the sun many names. You know, there's no one name. There's no one name to the sun. It's just the sun. That's it. It's a fucking fire planet. It's just a ball of fire. And it burns, it gives us light. So it really, you know, Bruno, come on. I don't know what, I mean, shit. You got to understand the sun has many names. It's not just raw. Then you must have talked to somebody. Somebody must be fucking with your head, Bruno. Somebody is fucking with your head. You know, there's always people on this fucking planet fucking with your head. That's one thing you got to understand. I mean, the sun itself. You know, it's weird about the sun. I'm talking about the sun itself, you know? The sun they call it Jesus. They call it fucking Ra. I mean, they call it all kinds of, the sun has many names. It doesn't have one name. I mean, every time there's a new wave of human beings, the sun's always, it wouldn't even be called the sun. It would be called something else. So they give it names for the sun, you know? That's one thing you don't understand. This shows you how ignorant we are as human beings. Yeah, ETs always fuck people with people. There are malevolent ETs out there that like to fuck with our heads. I know, because I have malevolent ETs fucking with my head all the time. They're always because they're so the malevolent ones are so weird about it. Malevolent ETs. It's they get offended easily. The malevolent ones. They get offended easily, and it's like I'm sick of. It's like it's always the manipulation that they do to us because we have benevolent ETs on this fucking planet. We do have benevolent ETs, but I don't. It's like not all, but we have some good ETs on this fucking planet too. We do have some good ETs that actually supports us, but there are malevolents out there that likes to fuck with our heads and create manipulation and everything. It's like when you look at religion. Yeah, you look at religion, how manipulated religion is, how manipulated that people believe that they say Jesus is the Son. So Jesus is the Son, just like Ra, Amen Ra is the Son. And then when everybody say Amen or Amen, they're all worshiping the Son. And it's funny about Sunday, everybody go to Sunday, everybody go to church on Sunday. And then you realize that, church is actually to brainwash people to eat people. It's like, it's weird how fucked up we are in this reality. It's like it changed my whole reality of how I see things, because I've been watching this guy. I've been watching Jordan Maxwell for like 5-6 years, and it changed my whole perspective on how I look at things. He changed my whole perspective on how I look at things, and he's kind of like part of my inspiration. Jordan Maxwell is part of my inspiration. I mean, there's nothing about. I think there's nothing wrong about being spiritual, but I don't believe that you should worship. That's another thing you got to understand. You should not worship. You should not get on your fucking knees. You should not. And praying does not get you anywhere. And he's right about that. Praying does not get you anywhere. You have to physically do it. That's why I've been fucking talking about it all the time. That's why I've been criticizing about our reality all the time, because we don't physically do it. Because everybody around us prays, and everything is worse. And he's right about that. Everything, when you pray, nothing gets fixed. Everything stays the same when you pray, and it every year does. And he's right about it. Every year does get worse. And you pray for this homeless person that have a lot of money, but the homeless person will still always be homeless. That's one thing I hate about Christianity. Is homeless people will be homeless. Hungry people will always be hungry. Greedy people will always be greedy. And here's these people praying, having faith in this fucking fucked up, psychopathic system that doesn't really do shit for anybody, And these people who pray are just makes life worse. It's great, and it let everybody become miserable. That's one thing I hate about Christianity. I can't stand it because my ex is a preacher. My ex has a certificate that says she was a preacher, and I've been talking bad about Christianity for a long time about how backwards they are. You can and hear the negativity in their voices. It's like they believe in war. They believe in violence. They pray for war. They pray for violence. They don't pray for. They're not here to pray. Pray. The word pray itself. I pray on. You got your prey. The lion preys on this little fucking rabbit. Everybody's preying on people. Basically, that's what it is. Every human being here is preying on people's fear. That's basically what it is. You're preying on people's fear, and that's what you're doing. That's why they call it prey. You know, it's weird about how you can manipulate the word pray, you know, in this negative world that we live in. Yeah, whatever. I believe in oneness, Bruno. I do believe in oneness. I don't have to call it law one, you know. I believe in one. I do believe in one. I think we're all one and equal and the same, you know? It doesn't fit you because you're still stuck in your individualistic reality, Sterling. I mean, you're still stuck in your individualistic reality that you don't want to. You don't want to. It's basically your mind's fucking with your head. Your mind is fucking with your head right now because it's not really you talking. You know, Sterling, I think that it's not. I think you're talking. I mean, I don't feel shit from you. You know, I mean, I don't know where you come up with all this shit, to be honest. That's one thing about me. I like cussing. I like saying fuck, shit, and all that crap. It's like, that's the way I am, but it's like, I'm sick of fucking people, you know, they're creating their own beliefs. And then become their own lies themselves, you know. And then we all have to live in their own lies. And then it's like, for me, I have no choice to live in this lies, you know, because they gave me no choice to live in this lies. So now all of a sudden I have to listen to everybody's lies. And it's just constant, infinite lies that I hear every fucking day. And that's why I make videos to criticize fucking people, because I'm sick of your fucking lies. You know, I'm sick of fucking lies. I'm tired of this shit. And I realize the ETs out there, malevolent ETs out there, like to fucking lie out of their fucking brains out and fucking manipulate everything that we're just like farm animals. I mean, we are farm animals. We are fucking body parts. You know, we are nothing. We're not even a life form. According to the fucking law, the Black Laws Dictionary. We're not even life itself. You know, we're just a fucking moron, idiot. You know, that's all we are, and we're just stupid and dumb. And I realize that, you know, that's how that's how they made us. That's how they created us, to make us so stupid and dumb, and have to believe in this fucking greedy ass bullshit. Believe in working for these greedy ass assholes that it's like we've been lied to the day we were born. We've been lied to for thousands of years, 10,000 years, millions of years, billions of years, trillions of years, or quadrillions of years too. It's like we've been lied to for a long time, you know? And I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of hearing fucking, you know, I'm just sick of hearing all this fucking bullshit, you know? It's like, I'm ready to get the fuck out of here. That's how I feel right now. I'm ready to get the fuck out of this fucking madness, this fucking reality that we live in, this fucking lie that we live in, the madness, the psychopaths that runs us, you know, that creates all these different beliefs. I'm sick of that shit, you know. You know, I mean, we're so messed up. I'm telling you that we are so fucking messed up to the core. I mean, we are very messed up, you know. And that's how I look at it. It doesn't. You see, it's funny about creation. It doesn't give a fuck if you're good or bad. It doesn't give a fuck who you are. It doesn't give a fuck, because out there in the infinite universe, the infinite reality, there is no such thing as fucking. It doesn't care. It just all you have, I think the only thing it cares about is balancing ourselves, learning how to function as one on this fucking reality, instead of fucking being individualistic and materialistic, you know. And the only thing you care about is yourself. You know, that's all I see. That's why I'm against the politics, you know? Yeah, I am one with dark matter. I don't care. I am one with dark matter. I believe in dark matter. I believe in light matter. I believe matter is everything and all around us. You know, I don't believe it's good or bad. It doesn't. I don't think it has an emotional belief, dark matter and light matter, because the body that we are in is a programming, and it is part of matter itself. You know, I look at everything else as matter. You know, that's how I look at things. You know, yeah, I like peace. I believe in peace. I believe in harmony. You know, I do believe in peace and harmony. I do believe in balance. You know, there's one part of me that I love is balance, because balance is what makes is what these bodies need to breathe. You know, balance is what we need to breathe. Balance is what we need to eat. You know, balance is nature itself. You have to balance nature. You have to balance this planet. You have to balance your reality. You have to create a cycle where you're giving back instead of a cycle of taking. Because we live in a cycle of taking. You know, materialism is taking. It's not giving back. You're not really helping much with this planet. Because, yeah, like you said, this is Mother Earth. This is our mother. You take care of your mother. That's the way I look at it. You know, if you can't take care of your mother, then you have a fucking problem. So we have people that are manipulating us, you know, not to take care of our mother. You know, you got to understand that the term, you know, Christianity is so blind not knowing that this is our mother. If we don't take care of our mother, then we have a fucking problem. Our mother gave birth to us. You know, our mother, our planet gave birth to us, these bodies. That's how I look at it, you know. If our mother gave birth to our bodies, then why are we hurting our own mom? Why are we abusing mom right now? We're abusing mom. You know, we're abusing our mom, and we don't care about her. You know, we do not care. We don't even have a thought about her. All we care about is profiting off of her. You know? And the son is a man. Yeah, right. He's right. Son is the man. And the man does give birth to the son, to mother. You know? That's basically what I am. I mean, I'm not really here. I'm here to show you the balance, you know, and I'm here to lead you to the natives. I'm leading you to the natives for a reason, so they could show you how to balance, you know, because without the natives, you guys don't know balance worth shit. You know, you got to understand that the natives know more balance better than a civilized person. That's why I compare a civilized person to a native, because the civilized people do not know shit from their ass because they're so damn stupid, and they're so. I mean, they're like dumb to the lowest level. Civilized people. That's why I always talk about civilized people, because they are so fucking idiots. The natives know more about the environment better than a civilized person, because a civilized person with all these fucking paper and say they're fucking you know, expert, but they're not really experts. These civilized people are not really experts at anything. You know, they're not real experts at anything. They're experts at destroying and make other people's miserable. That's what they're experts for. That's why they have papers for, to make you feel like make you feel like to intimidate you. You know, paper doesn't mean shit. You know, being an expert doesn't mean you're an expert at anything. To be honest, you know, the stupidity of saying that you're an expert and you're creating homelessness, you're destroying the environment, and you're calling yourself an expert, and it's fucking, you suck the blood out of the fucking mother. The mother, our mother. You're sucking the blood out of our mother. That's what you're doing. You know? And this shows you don't care. You're neglecting her. That's what this shows you how humanity is. You neglect her, and you make it sound like it's a good thing because you always say we're doing good. Think about that. If we're doing good, and you're neglecting this planet, then there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with the way you think and how you think, and in your version of doing good, because you're not really doing good at all. Good. Yeah, now kind of like when you look at Jordan Maxwell, God, and then add a O and it's good, and then devil, you know, and you add the D and it's funny. You take the D away, it's evil. It's like it's funny how the rotation of a fucking planet, can twist and turn our fucking minds and how we create this duality. I realize duality itself is nothing but is a manipulation within itself. So it's creating enemies within our own selves in our own duality of the night and dark, Hey, I am infinite. Lip, hey, infinite. Lip of Zip wants to know wants to know who your Facebook. Yeah, today Jordan Maxwell was the subject. Yeah, I am infinite. Lipazip was want to know wanted to friend you on Facebook. He doesn't have your he doesn't have you on Facebook. I wonder if it's okay. I could send him your messenger name if it's okay with you. I am infinite to Lipazip. Okay, cool. Yeah, just let you know, Lipazip. I got Lipazip for he's my friend too, so I had a good talk. I am infinite. Yeah, there you go. Bruno, do a video chat with Magic with Mike, Magical Sasquatch. He's great. You'll like talking with him. Yeah. I wanna watch it too. Cool. I wanna see yeah. I'm gonna watch them talk. Yeah, I understand. Mike. Yeah, because that for me it would be the same way. Because I hate reading this shit. I wish we had a big huge group, and just talk about this shit. Oh, cool. Yeah, you like Mike. He's pretty cool. You know. Yeah, Magical Sasquatch is a pretty cool person. So if anybody wants to talk to Magical Sasquatch, he has a little talk show. Just come and go see him. He's a pretty cool guy. Yeah, that was it's pretty cool. I had a great talk with I Am Infinite. I had a great talk with him. I mean, it was like a flow. We had a great flow. We had a good. It was like really not a normal. Me. I don't like normal. I hate normal. I can't stand normal. I don't normality. Normal. I don't like normal at all. I like my friend. I like my friend. He says hi. My avian friend says hi. The yellow, my yellow avian friends. He says hi. He says how you guys are doing. I don't know. He's been hanging around with me a lot. The yellow one. I have a yellow avian friend. I've been seeing him a lot. He's like he gives me. It's funny. Sometimes he gives me a positive boost. You know, positive. He gives me some positive vibes. You know. Here, look at this. all I have to do is this and this. That's all he's doing. You know. Yeah, it's funny. He's actually from. I think he's from the sixth density. My avian friends from the sixth density. It's like I have contact in the sixth density. Isn't that kind of weird? I have friends in sixth density. Oh, weird. That's strange because I could feel his energy. It's like right now it's like calming and it's not strong. It's like the energy is like a little low, like a little low. It's there. It's like it's there, but it's a really happy energy, which is weird. He gives me that, or my avian friend gives me that. Yeah, I keep on thinking of Big Bird. It's always Big Bird when I see him. He always give me Big Bird, but I see him. I see his other suit. It is not Big Bird, but it's more. I didn't know they come in colors because I heard it was only blue avians. I didn't know they come in all different colors. I heard it was all blue. I thought all the avians were blue. I didn't know because I see like red. I see yellow and red, and yeah, I see blue. But I didn't know they come in different colors. Rainbow. Yeah, like rainbow. Like the what's those guys? Yeah, the Teletubbies or the Care Bears. Like the Care Bear colors. All the Care Bears. They come in. They're like soft colors. I see a soft color. Yellow. It's like furry, feather. It's weird. Yeah, because the reason why they're that I found out the avians itself is really the underneath. They're just wearing a suit underneath it. They're actually insectoids. They look like insects. Because the reason why they wear those suits is to make it to not to scare you, to make you basically yeah, because they wear their suits. They're wearing their suits so they don't scare. They don't want to traumatize the human beings when you look at them. Because I know it's funny. I know I've seen them. I know what they look like. They don't traumatize me. They don't care. They don't scare me. You know. They're like insects, and they're like higher density than we are. They're in a higher density, but they're not bad. They're not really bad. They're actually really good. You know. And then the mantids are more neutral. The mantids people, they're large. They're 8 foot. I think they're 7, 8 foot insect man. Because I used to be a mantid. Like I said, I've been a green mantid, and they're like 7, 8 foot tall. And it's like and you talk about density. You talk about higher level of evolution. That the insect people are the most higher level evolution than we are. You know. Yeah, and the mantids are really they don't play sides. They're like because this one guy I found out they play as referees. Mantids are like referees. They play both sides, good and evil. They keep the balance on both sides, good and evil. So they play both sides. They are with both sides. They're not on each side. You know. hopefully I described them correctly. This is all the information I find out about these different beings, you know. And then the Palladians, you know, they do believe in creations, and they're human. They look human, and they're very, I don't know, they are very, to me, they're perfect looking, you know. Okay. Well, I know in Mars that we're fighting the insects, the insectoids. Yeah, I know on Mars we're fighting the insectoids. I wouldn't consider all insectoid people bad. You can't look at all insectoid people bad because they're not. You know, it's like human beings. You know, if you look at a human beings, you know, I mean, we do have some psychopath human beings on this fucking world. You know, that would enslave humanity. You know, so I wouldn't call all insectoids bad because humanity is the same way. Humanity is no different from that way. You know. Yeah, what's the title of the movie? I'm just curious. I gotta look that up. Yeah, it's funny that, you know, we have different types of humanoids on this fucking world. We have all types of different humanoids. Even underground, we have humanoids, and sooner or later they're gonna come out of the underground, and they're gonna live up here. These people, humanoids underground, they're gonna come out from where they are, you know, and they're gonna live up here because they're tired of living underground. So yeah, that's gonna be a whole new thing. And they're gonna show you technology. Alien Apocalypse 2005. Huh. Let me look that one up. Yeah, I had to bring Jordan Maxwell up. You know, I had to show you guys Jordan Maxwell on the way he thinks and how he thinks. So if you guys want to look into Jordan Maxwell, he is on YouTube. He has a lot of YouTubes. He's on talk shows. He's on everything. You know, this guy it blows me out. Yeah. The ant people. We were talking about how not all insectoid people are bad. You know, not all insectoids are bad. You know, ant people actually are the one who saved humanity. If the ant people here on Earth, on this planet, they saved humanity from the Great Flood. You know, if you there are still caves that the ant people have left. Yeah, there's still caves here that the ant people left that saved humanity from the flood. You know, so you can't say all ant. You know, when you look at an ant person, you're gonna be scared shitless. You're gonna call them demons, but you can't. You gotta understand them. Which is really cool, you know. I hope someday I want to meet them all. Mantids, antids, you know, reptilians, Palladians. I want to meet them all. I don't care what they look like, who they look like, where they're from, and you know, it's like for me, I want to meet them all. You know, I'm sick of, you know, humanity is boring. Yeah, I could say that now. Yeah, humanity is boring. I'm bored. It's like I'm not happy here because I live in a world full. You know, all we do is do the same fucking shit every day, and we never learn anything. Just make a paycheck. That's it. I want to get off the planet and fucking go. You know. Yeah, anted peoples. Yeah, the ant people. They're the one who say. Yeah, it's funny. Oh my god. What else? What time is it? 12 o'clock. Holy shit. Oh, okay, guys. I'm gonna go to bed a little early. I think I had enough talk, and I showed you guys Jordan Maxwell. If you want to talk, just messenger me if you want. You know, if you want to do a talk together. You know, anybody in here, just shoot me an email. It's Camaro02girl@yahoo.com, and shoot me a email if you want to come on my channel and talk and give me your perspective on how you see this world. You know, it's like, even, it's funny. I'm letting you trolls come in here if you want. Just shoot me an email. You know, especially the ones that I really want. I really want McMuffin in here. Actually, I really want McMuffin in here. You know, I want to see what McMuffin looks like. I want to talk to McMuffin, actually. Good night, BC Mike. Good night, Mike. Good night, Mike. Yeah. Good night, I am infinite. Yeah, I got 4 hours of yeah. McMuffin's been quiet lately. Usually McMuffin's in here every single time. McMuffin's in here. Yeah. I'm waiting. I want to talk to. I want me and Mike to talk to McMuffin. Me and Magical Sasquatch talk to McMuffin. You know, that's what I want. That'd be fun. That would be a fun three-way talk. Now I want me, Infinite. I am Infinite, and Magical Mike, Magical Sasquatch. Four-way talk. We'll have a four-way talk against McMuffin. You know, that would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Because I'm just curious about his belief and what he believes in, you know? Yeah, I know. That's what I want, you know. I want to know. I want to know how his mind is, you know. I want to know his mind. I want to search deep through his mind. I'm just curious. That's all. Curiosity. You know, they always say curiosity kills the cat. That's me. Okay, good night, everybody. Sleep well. Have a great day. Have a great day tomorrow.